We exist as a flow of creativity. That is to say, we are immersed in the showing or the display of the infinite possibilities of patterning. When we look outside, there are trees, the hills, there's aqueduct there are cars, there are so many things. And we know that they're there because we see them. That is to say, we see shapes which we recognize. We think, that is a tree. In fact, that is a pine tree. And that is a tall pine tree, therefore I can impute that it's an old pine tree. And in this way, we spend most of our lives involved in pattern formation, pattern identification. These patterns can be taken as indicating the presence of a true substantial entity, something with an essence of its own. If it's a pine tree, it's not a beech tree. The orders of the world, the patterns and shapes of the world are mutually exclusive. If it's a cup of tea, it's not a cup of coffee. If it's this, it's not that. And that gives a kind of regularity and predictability to how we proceed. When I look out the window and I see the tall pine tree, it is as if, for me, I'm seeing something which is there. The pine tree appears to be self-existing, and I can have some confidence that if you look out the window, you'll see the same tree. That's our normal way of proceeding, that there is a givenness or a facticity to the objects which we encounter, and that our function is purely secondary. We can learn more about pine trees, we can learn about the history of how trees were planted in this area and so on, so that we have a commentary about something. The somethingness of the pine tree is already there. So we are the agents of adjectives and adverbs. We modify and qualify the world that we encounter. We interpret it according to our various tendency of liking and disliking, have more or less knowledge of certain phenomena. But the treeness of the tree seems to be established in itself. But tree, of course, is a word in English. If you were speaking Polish or German, you would use another word. So the very sense of the truth of tree is conventional in our immersion in the English language. It is a conventional term which is applied to something. So if we peel back our projection of the term tree, what do we have? There's a shape. So we say it's tall. It's tall in relation to the bush, which is small. The tree is taller than the bush. How tall is the tree? Is it as tall as some of the new towers they build in London? No. Is it as tall as the hill that's rising behind the village? No. So it's relatively tall. When we look at the trees, we forget the other very tall things in the world, and we concern ourselves with the range of tallness of trees. This is our mind being quite busy. We are doing all of this work of interpretation, of constructing what seems normal, what seems abnormal. So we're bringing a vast, sophisticated interpretive matrix to bear upon whatever we see. And we do it so efficiently that the projection that we have onto the object gives us the sense that the terms which arise in our mind in relation to the tree exist out there rather than in our mind. If we stop saying tree, And we stop saying branch, and we stop saying it's an evergreen, so there's still green needles and so on at the end of the branches. If I stop telling the tree what it is, if I relax my mental activity, something inexpressible is there. If I want to express what is there, I have to begin by projecting onto what is there. The tree doesn't speak. The tree by itself is not saying anything. It's just amazing. I start to form the objects of the world. This car, this is the car that I came in, this is someone else's car. I've met some people here before, and some people maybe I haven't met before. I start to register. Do I have some access to knowledge which I can then project onto other people and build up some picture of them? And when I do that, I can then incorporate them in my sense of how the world is and what's going on. This is work. I'm doing a lot of work. Why I'm doing it? Well, because I'm human. That's what we do. We are very, very busy people. We are ceaselessly creating the world. We're not just doing secondary touches. We're actually creating the trees, because there is no self-existing tree out there. Something is there, but what it is what we invent for ourselves. The what of life is a mental phenomena. And this is the central view in this Tibetan Buddhist tradition of Dzogchen, which is to reclaim the centrality of the mind. Because when we see the world in very dualistic terms, and we see that the field around us, the display around us, is full of separate entities, things which exist in themselves and have their own truth, we become an object among objects. There are all of these people, all having their own lives, their own interests, doing this, that, and the other, and we don't know what on earth it is. And they're all kind of buildings, and people live in these buildings, and they've got this kind of chair or that kind of chair, and why would they have that carpet? People live in most amazing ways, not the way I would live. So other people are other. Houses other than our own are filled with things which belong there, because what would we do with them? So there seems to be a facticity to the object. That is to say, the object formation appears to be truly existing in itself. And when we have that sort of experience, we are kind of returned back into ourselves. We sort of retract into this home base of me living in my body, looking out through my eyes, hearing with my ears, smelling with my nose, so that my senses become the vehicles that give me some access to what's going on out there. My mind is inside me, and the world is outside me. And nowadays people become very interested in the brain and start thinking, well, it's my amygdala that gets me all kind of upset and so on, and I don't want to have too much cortisol. This is a whole new series of concepts which you can use to amuse yourself. You know, I feel very agitated today. That's because I have too much adrenaline. That's a story. In some other cultures, they might say, I feel very agitated today because somebody's put a spell on me, or because it's the new moon day, or it's the anniversary of when my mum died. There could be endless explanations of why things are the way they are. What does that mean? explanations means the working of the mind. The idea that there is something out there which has already existing with nothing to do with us, and we follow after the fact of the phenomena, keeps us in a state of isolation. Whereas when we start to look around, we see that whatever we see is our interpretation. So we come into a room like this, we look up, we see this huge battery of spotlights, and we have a sense, oh, they must be doing some show, and then we notice there's a stage, and we have some sense of some of the purposes this room might be for. This is because we have an idea of spotlights and stages and performance and so on. We are populating the room with what it appears to already have. So this is a central thing, to try to see, is there a given here which I'm coming after the fact? Okay, well, we can see up close to the ceiling, there's metal rods supporting the spotlights. They were there in the room before we arrived. They appear to be there by themselves. But what were they doing before we arrived? Do spotlights do anything? Do they have a life of their own? They come into existence through our experience of them. They exist for us. When we don't see them, we don't have any real sense that they truly exist. Because if you were coming into this room about to perform on the stage, you might be worrying about your lines. These lamps might be some kind of terrifying implement of torture that was going to illuminate your inadequate preparation. If you're not going to perform, you have a more neutral sense of the lamp. Is your neutral sense more accurate? We say many of these lamps are black in color. They're all plugged in with wires so that the power can go into them when they get turned on. We are saying that. If we were monkeys, we would be very excited because there are many things to swing on. If we were a bat and we flew into the room, it would be quite difficult to find out how to fly out again. So this could be a terrible prison. We are so used to looking at the world through our educated, encultured, modified way of looking that we take it for granted that our assumptions tell us the truth. But it is relative to our embodiment at this time. 100 years ago, this building would have been functioning in a very different way. There would have been the establishment of social order and who were the mill owners and who were the ordinary workers and so on. These sort of hierarchies are not so important for us nowadays. That is to say, our culture is a shaping and interpretation, and that's what we bring all the time. This is the movement of the mind. This is our mental activity, which includes sensation and feelings and memories and hopes and fears. These patterns are arising and passing and give rise to the transient shapings of our existence. You might arrive here in a sad mood because someone you know is very sick. You might arrive in a happy mood because you've got a weekend to think about meditation and so on. These colorations influence what you can give your attention to. In this room there are hundreds of thousands of different possibilities of the direction of the gaze. If you came in here with a sketch pad, every time you made a micro move, new vistas would open up, which if you're trying to draw them, would constellate a sense of some truth. But it is impossible for us to capture the whole room. Even if you've got a camera and you keep turning it around, the room itself is ungraspable, because all you ever get is a particular take and a particular take. And that take arises in time according to one's own positioning. It's always the room as revealed through the quality of the camera and the direction of the lens. And then we get an image. And we do that, of course, in our embodiment, because I'm looking in one way and many of you are looking in the other way towards me. So you see what's behind me, which I don't see, and I see what's behind you, which you don't see. So only in the most conventional sense can we say we're in the same room together. Being in the same room together is an idea. We all found our way to this art centre this morning, and we've come into this room, and we're here. We look around, we see each other. Oh, yeah, we're all here. That's a flow of ideas. If you stay in your senses directly with whatever is arising for you, that is your unique, particular experience. Nobody else in the room has that same experience, because you're all seated in slightly different ways, looking out at particular vistas. Some people will see a lot of the back of someone's head, some people will see the wall, the windows, and so on. That is what you get, if you like. Being in the room together is what you imagine. That's not what's revealed by your senses. What's revealed by your senses is a unique specificity, the particularity of the lived phenomenological moment. It is the revelation which you are part of. Because as you turn your head, some new vista opens up, you get some contact with someone else's eyes, and things come alive in a particular way. These are the unique moments of our existence, and they are our lives. We are not just some kind of addendum to the world. The world is revealed through our participation in it. And there are two aspects to that. One are the qualities of presence which we bring into a situation, the means by which we can, as it were, milk the cow of existence, how we can get more meaning and richness and depth out of being here. So somebody might have learned something about the history of the building. Somebody might know a lot about stage illumination. And these memory banks would be evoked through the perception of aspects of the room, and that would bring a richness to their engagement. And that's normally what we are concerned with in life, that we tell the story of the world as we encounter it. But we tell the story often in an objectifying way. So the first thing is to see, oh, what I'm getting is what I'm getting. I am part of being here, not just as somebody who walked into the room and will then walk out of the room, but the being here with other people in this room is all a flow of experience. That actually we live in time, and indeed we are time. Time comes through us. Time and location can be abstract and conventional, and therefore distancing. So I could think, I was sleeping in Macclesfield and I came in a car and came here, and we're a few miles outside Macclesfield. I know where we are in relation to Macclesfield. So this place exists in relation to other places. I'm kind of filling out the picture of where I am. But there is also an immediacy to where I am. I'm just here. And I could think, well, it's probably about 10:30 now because I've been blethering on for a bit. So that'll be the time. But the time is here. So we have clock time, conventional time, which is relational and is grounded in comparing and contrasting. If I'm in this village, I'm not in Macclesfield. If it's 10:30, it's not 9:30. And so we've got a whole sequence of signs, of signifiers, which we can move around to develop the richness of our narrative, our commentary about what is going on. We're always talking about the situation. But if we just relax that narrative development, we're here. Where is here? Here is here. What is this? It is what it is, which is, for me, from where I'm sitting, a complex patterning of shapes and colors. Now, I can evoke my mental activity to say, oh, some of these shapes are male, some of these shapes are female. Some of these shapes are quite old, some of these shapes look quite young. Some are quite tall, some are quite short. That's me telling something about what is there. The question would be, can I receive what is here as it is? But what is it? It doesn't make any sense. There's just all this stuff. Might feel a bit overwhelmed. But where am I? Oh, I'm in the art centre, Saturday morning. I should know what I'm talking about. Cool. So now we know what's what. That's a storyline. When we're anxious about ourselves, when we're confident about ourselves, these are kind of tropes or particular patternings that allow us to tell stories in particular ways. The question is, if I stop telling the story, what's here? If I stop telling the tree it's a tree, if I stop saying this is an art centre, what is here? We have shape and colour. We have light. What we see is light. We interpret the light in terms of our materialistic notion that this particular shape indicates the presence of a person. We don't see people. We think people. What we see is light. We see shapes and colours. What we see is the potential of the situation, the raw, uncooked quality of the immediacy of manifestation, and then we, we interact with that. We bring our own ingredients, which we mix in with the raw materials of the immediate moment, and out of that we construct our own experience of the room. So some people here might be socially confident and able to chat with lots of people. Other people might be a bit shy and not know really what to do. It's kind of okay sitting in your seat because nobody's asking you what to do, but after a while we have a break and then we have to go and have a cup of coffee. I'd like a cup of coffee, but I don't know what to say to anyone. You can see that in some people's bodies. So their experience of this place is mediated through anxiety. Someone else's experience might be, oh, happy to be here again, see some familiar faces. And so that is our ingredient, which we are adding into the potential of the situation, which gives rise to the unique specificity of our lived experience. We are not dead objects. The mind is the unfolding of experience. That is to say, in relation to our contact with the different people in the room, we find ourselves maybe at ease or a bit anxious. We find ourselves feeling familiarity and warmth, or we find a sense of not quite sure. This just arises. And so we have pulsations of closeness and distance. This is the immediacy of our energetic potential as it encounters other people. Of course, you can try to rectify these vagaries by being polite and being nice, and then you're polite to everyone you meet. Part of the problem with that is you don't actually meet people if you're being polite, because you bring your facade, you bring your persona into relation with the other. And how do you do? Oh, how do you do? Very nice. Very nice to be here. Nice to see you again. Oh, good. This is a kind of meeting of non-meeting. What we actually find, almost as it were through the belly, is that it's easier to respond to some people than to others. We find ourselves expanding or contracting. What does that mean? Well, it means it's quite a complex field of interaction. This is the field of becoming. It's not intentional. It is not something we are doing, but it is a flow of activity, the activity of becoming. I am becoming like this in this moment. And then I'm becoming in another way, in the next moment with someone else. It's not about my mastery, making my life on my terms, but neither is it the mastery of other people subjecting me to their domination so that I have to be the way they want me to be. Rather, it's a co-emergence, that we find ourselves being this way or that way in relation to different people at different times. So you might be a bit cagey with someone when you first meet them, and by the time you've had a bit of lunch together, you're chatting away with them, you might give them a hug. Because now how your availability has been opened up allows new forms of movement. This is not very surprising information. This is how our life is. Now we might think, oh, it's because I've got to know the person better. But what we've actually done is to drop some of our wariness, our guardedness, and we allow the connectivity of co-emergence to move together. We find ourselves in it together. It just happens. We're drawn into something. So that puts into question the notion of individual human agency. Well, it's my life. I'm in charge of it. I want my life to go the way I want it to be. That's a storyline. Actually, we find our lives emerging for us in relation to the interaction. So this is the kind of becoming of shared experience. And of course, it's not just with people. If you go out for a walk on the hills, you're walking along, particular contouring, you have a feeling, you turn the corner and suddenly you see an escarpment or you see some slate slide and you have a feeling, oh, this is different. And then an eagle or a buzzard comes across the sky and you feel different, or you see the blackbird suddenly hovering. We're constantly being evoked into particular forms of experience. And from the Buddhist point of view, this is enormously important, that life is our availability. And the various forms of what we might call mental disturbance or difficulties are all problems, or can be seen as problems, of availability. If you become depressed, if you become anxious, if you become agoraphobic, these are all patterns which interrupt your availability to respond to other people. When we're most relaxed in ourselves, when we're most trusting of the world, that is to say, when you've got a sense of belonging, you find yourself allowing yourself to be shaped by events. It's okay. You go out to meet some friends and you're thinking you'll do one thing, but someone else says, no, let's go and do that thing. Okay. And you feel the kind of connective plasticity of your way of manifesting. You become part of the group by giving yourself to the energy of the group. It's not a loss of your existence. You're there, but not on your terms. This is, a key situation developmentally when children are going to play school or primary school. They have to find a way into being in the playground with other kids. They have to be able to have some sense of their own groundedness, but they also have to be available in plasticity. And it's the balancing between being present, being available, and being responsively engaged, which brings the richness of our lives, because it's through that more doors open to us. Whereas if we're holding ourselves together, if we're feeling overwhelmed, if we're feeling I can't cope, then that becomes a sort of separative experience in which we're looking at the world, trying to check out, what are you up to? What do you want from me? Do I want to do this? So a huge amount of computation is going on, relying on concepts and memories to try to work out, is this the right thing for me? How shall I proceed? And of course, it's too complex to work out. Actually, we find our way in through the generosity of giving ourselves to the situation, which is why states of anxiety, fear of humiliation, fear of shame, self-preoccupation, pride, absorption in memories are all factors which reduce our capacity to be part of what is emerging. So in Buddhist language, they talk of that in terms of non-duality. Non-duality simply means that we are always part of the world. We are enworlded. We don't start from inside ourselves as a separated individual, an autonomous subject who then scans the world for options, reviews them in a very rational way, comes to a conclusion, and then enacts our decision. Certainly, we don't do that in Scotland. Because we find ourselves caught up in something. Life is happening because we are part of life. And once we start with the sense of being a separate subject, there's a lot to work out. And once you relax and you find your way into being part of what's going on, it gets much easier. So, in Buddhism, there are various explanations as to why we find ourselves in this state of separation and isolation. And they're quite useful, I think, to think about. We all experience thoughts, feelings, sensations, perceptions arising. They arise in our mind and then they pass. What status do they have? They're a kind of showing, and then they're gone. They don't really establish anything. It's like watching models on a catwalk. They strut down and then they do a twirl and then they strut back again. And they just show. They show the dress, they show how it hangs and so on. And in a sense, there's nothing to get. It was a showing. You see and you get an impact, an aesthetic impact. You like or you don't like. Something's evoked in that seeing. But there's nothing really to hang on to. And certainly if the dress is costing £20,000, you won't be hanging on to it. In the same way, thoughts, feelings, memories arise in our mind. They show themselves, they do a little twirl, and then they're gone. When there is attachment or clinging to the thought, when you get the building up of conceptual identification, the dynamic movement of the actual moment of perception is covered over by the sense that my concepts are referring to something stable. So I look out the window and I see the fir tree again. It's the same fir tree I was looking at earlier. That is a concept. The fact is, the sun is moving in the sky, the thickness of the clouds is variable, and so the amount of illumination on what I call the tree is changing. So what is revealed as the tree is variable and unreliable. That is to say, my embodied aesthetic experience of what is there, very nice, a gentle way to be reminded. My actual experience of the tree is changing, but my concept of the tree as being there, of course it just looks a bit different. The sun's moving across the sky, of course that's the case, but it's the same tree. And that would be our normal assertion. It may look different, but it's the same. That is to say, we take the concept that there is an enduring tree, which is always the same however it looks. That is to say, we're speaking of an essentialized tree, some essence in the tree which endures as itself, irrespective of how it looks. We take that to be true, and its appearance to be the mere happenstance of how the sun is or the clouds are. Now, from the Buddhist point of view, that is madness. What you actually have is the immediacy of being present with what arises for you as this moment. And the concepts that you use to make sense of what is going on actually act as a barrier between you and the aesthetic moment. So aesthetic appreciation, which is an unprotected openness to the immediacy of what's arising, becomes veiled when we attempt to make sense of what is going on. So, who is the one who is making sense of what is going on? I am. And who am I? Well, I am my history, I am my knowledge bank, I am sets of tendencies and so on. This is our normal way of thinking about who we are. So, all that we know, all that we are interested in, become the resources whereby we apprehend what is there. There's something that empowers me to make definite statements about what is happening. But of course, what is happening is changing moment by moment. And the subject, I, me, myself, is also changing. For each of us, since we came into this room, we have had thousands of experiences. You've experienced your body, your posture, sometimes your breathing. You might suddenly be aware of your legs. If you're uncomfortable, you might not have much sense of your legs at all if you're comfortable. You hear things, you might go off on a riff of your own thoughts about what you're hearing and so on. There are many pulsations going on. What's to be gained here? What's this for? It's an experience together. It arises and it passes. It arises and it passes. Yeah, but I want to get something to take away. I mean, I've come here, I must learn something useful. What will we get? We get some idea or some concept. The concept stays in your mind for 5 minutes. You go out the door and you're thinking about shopping or what you're going to have for lunch. And then after a couple of weeks, you think, oh, what did I do that weekend? Oh, yeah, now I remember. And that's the problem of apprehending the world through concepts. They arise and they pass. No concept sits in the mind for more than a few seconds. The most basic, simple experience of meditation reveals to us that the content of our mind is ever shifting. And so the idea that we'll get the one true concept, we'll suddenly understand, and now we'll have the golden key that will illuminate the meaning of life, this is probably an illusion. Because every thought vanishes. So if the meaning of life or the truth of existence is a thought, our life is going to be pretty meaningless because the meaning will vanish. Now, can we find a meaning which is not like that? When we exist as a subject in a field of objects and we're aware of our selective attention, of how we're building up pictures of how other people are or what the day seems like, there is a movement of, if you like, the object aspect of the world, what is revealed through our senses, and there is the movement of what we might call the mental aspect, our thoughts, memories, and so on, and these two aspects are dancing together. There's this ceaseless pas de deux of seeming object and seeming subject, and their configuration, their movement together creates this world and this world and this world. But as with any dance performance, you require to have some kind of stage or some kind of venue. Where is this drama being enacted? We're here. We're all in the room anyway. Our bodies are here. That's what we would think. We look around. We have some thoughts about being here and whether it's enjoyable or not enjoyable or whatever. We have some commentary. We look and we're aware of looking. We think and we can be aware of thinking. I know that I am thinking. So there is, as it were, the thinker and the one who is aware of the movement of the thought. You've got the substance of what is arising and passing in your mind, and yet this movement is illuminated by as the flow of experience by a kind of lucidity or clarity. I'm aware, I've been sitting for a while. Now, is that awareness a concept? Is it a metacognition, a thought about a thought? Or is it something different? One of the functions of meditation is to have a direct clarity about this. Because if it's simply a thought about a thought about a thought, you have a kind of infinite regression into more and more subtle thoughts, each of which will be impermanent. But we have a sense, well, we've all been in this room now for an hour or so. Many things have happened, some of which we can remember, some of which we can't. But there's a basic sense of being here-ness, which is, I would suggest, prior to the specifics of the emergent contouring of the moment. So many things have occurred, and they have occurred for me I seem to be the one who is registering the occurrence of these events. But who is this me? Me it's almost like a Janus function, as if there are two faces. There's the facing towards the patterning of manifestation, and there's the facing towards the stage. In the room, there's a small stage at the end. It's a blank stage at the moment. Nothing is happening on the stage. If some performers were to come in, they would be moving around, and we would be looking at what their bodies are doing or what their voices are saying. They would be doing it on the stage, but we would tend to take the stage for granted. The stage doesn't seem very interesting. It doesn't move, it doesn't speak. Whereas the performers are moving and speaking and dancing and connecting, and they stir up some kind of responsiveness in us. We have hopes and fears, enjoyments and disappointments and so on in relation to this performativity. So this is one aspect of our attention, of giving ourselves into the receptivity of experience and our response to the experience. But this image of the dancers would indicate that we take the stage for granted. You look at the performers, and it is as if the stage doesn't exist. So, in Gestalt psychology, they would say, well, this is the issue of the figure and the ground. So you have a field of experience within which everything is occurring, and in the facticity of its occurrence, it has equal status. But somehow, our attention is caught by one feature or one factor in a particular moment, and that factor or person becomes foreground. And if we focus our attention on that person, everything else seems to recede into the background. So it's as if we're pulling elements of the world up and making them important, and others are relegated into the background. Nothing is actually moved. The world is as it is, but we've locked onto the significance of one thing, and everything else is falling away. This is the mind. This is not us doing something to the world. This is the play of the mind, which is editing and pulling forward and pushing away. And the key thing, which is ceaselessly receded into the background, is the facticity of the stage. We come into the room and we look around, we see the lamps, we see there's a little kind of gallery up there. We're probably not very attentive to the floor. There's a lot of wood on the floor, there's a lot of different planks, but we don't get down on our hands and knees and start comparing and contrasting the patterns on the wood. The floor is just the floor. Floors, you walk on them. You don't bow to them or kiss them. They're just floors. But, oh, the rest of the room's quite interesting. In the same way, the mind itself, awareness, which is the ground of our experience, or you could say the mother of our experience, is taken for granted. It's just something which can be ignored, because what attracts our attention is the pulsations of the patterns of what's arising. So another way of saying this is the mind is like space. In the space of the mind, experience arises as movements, some of which we call subject, some of which we call object. It is the movement which attracts our attention. And when we have no sense of the inseparability of the space and the movement within it, space is disregarded and our focus is on the movement. So the movement would be, for example, the experience of different people in this room. Who are they? How will I speak to them? What will I do? We start to formulate our identifications and our responsiveness, which creates a particularity of our experience, which then feeds into the next moment of particular experience, and the next moment, and the next moment, as it's one thing after another. None of which would be revealed but for the spaciousness of the mind. People talk about being overwhelmed. Sometimes if you have a bad day at work, you think you've had it up to here. I don't want to hear another word. Leave me alone. I need a bit of quiet time. Because you get filled up. Then you relax a little bit, and then maybe you can enter into a conversation with someone. But at a certain point, you feel full. What is that fullness? I can't cope anymore. Would you like me to make you a cup of tea? That would be nice. Oh, so you can cope with drinking a cup of tea. When you've got to your absolute limit, there's always something like good chocolate that could be added to the mix. There's always more. It's just I've had enough of this bit. I'd like another pattern, please. When we think I've had enough, it is as if I am a container, I have a fixed capacity, and if too much is given to me, I can no longer contain or even integrate what is occurring. But that is a positioning that we've got locked into a particular situation. And if our perception of the context shifts, we can enter into new formulations. What you've got there is a pattern congruence, a meeting of patterns, which has got locked into a kind of stasis. You're stuck because you don't want to hear any more about the problems at work, or you don't want to kind of worry about your kids not doing their homework, or whatever it would be. You think, enough, just enough. And what we're really saying is, enough of that. Enough of that. Something else would be quite nice. But somehow, because we've got a bit obsessed and we're worrying, it is as if that is all there is. And so we can't free ourselves from it. So if you have the sense that the mind is space, how come it's arising as a particular shape which can feel overwhelmed, that can feel at its limit? This is a patterning of experience which is arising. So you might be a bit tired about hearing of the various shenanigans of the new American president. Just don't want to hear that name again. But you're quite open to thinking about other things. So certain factors, if they come into our mind, they can feel heavy or draining or toxic, and enough's enough. Can't be doing with this. Can't make any sense of it. This is a constellation, a meeting together of your subjective responsiveness in relation to what you take to be the continuing qualities of some object formation. You've got a locked engagement, but there's a lot else that's going on. And when we get overwhelmed, when we get trapped and feel unable to do anything more, this is a sign that we have become decontextualized. The world is always big. Even if horrible things are happening, if somebody you love leaves you, the blackbird's still singing. I don't care about the fucking blackbird. I don't know. But the blackbird's singing. If there was space for the blackbird, your heart would start to get better. But because you kill off the blackbird, you sit in your own grief, in your misery, in your bitterness and resentment. This shouldn't have happened. And this is very, very interesting. That the welcome of the world and the welcome of the mind, if they meet together, if we have an open, spacious awareness, the richness of the world becomes a kind of self-rectifying, self-balancing movement. And that even when you have dark moments, they are inseparable from the bright moments. But when we go into this figure ground constellation and we focus only on the dark moment and all the good seems to have receded, this is our own mental activity. The good is always still there. The robins are bopping about, the lights shimmering on some of the dewdrops on the tree. There are moments of beauty, but we blind ourselves to that because of our fixation, which, I'm sure many of you know, in Buddhism they're always talking about attachment. Our attachment operates on several levels. The first level of attachment is attachment to reification. That is to say, attachment to the idea that there are real separate things, and these things are determined by their own internal self-definition. A tree is a tree, a car is a car. There is a truth to that. We have an attachment to the idea of an inherent self-nature. The tree is a tree because it's a tree, because it possesses treeness. Now, of course, the roots of the tree are in the earth. The water and the minerals and so on are rising up through the little tendrils on the roots, up through the trunk and through the leaves and so on. There's photosynthesis. So there's a conversation with the sky, with the air, with the sun, and there's a conversation with the earth. So the tree is actually a mode of conversation. A tree is connectivity. A tree is movements of energy up and down. It's a ceaseless flow of interactions of chemicals, of the sap rising and so on. That is to say, a tree is dynamic. When we look at it and we say, it's a tree, it was there when we arrived, we make a kind of thingness to the tree. We look at the tree, foreground. What has gone into the background? The earth. We just see the tree. If the tree wasn't planted in the earth, it would fall over. When the big wind comes, it blows it over and tears the roots, the tree falls down. The tree and the earth exist together. The tree's not a sort of optional extra. The earth isn't an optional extra. There is a co-emergent or a mutuality or a relatedness, an inseparability of earth and tree. This building sits on its foundations. The foundations sit on the hill. The hill sits on the various layers of material in the earth. Everything is linked together. But when we impute, when we imagine a true separate essence to phenomena, it allows us to take out our little scissors and cut shapes around these things and talk about a tree as if it was just a tree, a motor car as if it was just a motor car. The motor car is on the road. That's where they are. When the car starts up, it goes down the road, and it's influenced by the number of potholes there are on the road, by the behavior of other car drivers and so on, whether there's ice or not, whether there's morning mist or not. A car is always somewhere in conversation with its environment, just as our birds and just as we are. We are all already in the world as aspects of the world, moving, expanding and contracting in relation to the pulsations of the world around us. Now, this doesn't mean we don't exist. clearly we're here. What it means is we don't exist as monads, as isolated, separate, autonomous entities. We're breathing in and out, we're drinking and eating, we're excreting and so on. So our bodies are flows of experience interrelating with the environment. If we stop breathing, we die. If the tree's roots are cut off, it will die. That is to say, the world is communication. Communication between emergent moments of formation or patterning. And these are ceaselessly occurring. This is what our life is. And we probably get more out of life the more we can be connected to other people's energy formations. That is to say, if we give ourselves into being participants in the world. If we don't start from inside our head, but we move out to meet and to connect, to offer and to receive, which is the mutuality of life. Now we know this on a very direct embodied level, that the out-breath and the in-breath are balanced. It really helps if they're balanced. Because if somebody has a very shallow in-breath and is breathing out in a long way, they're going to have some disturbance set up. The systolic, diastolic movement in the heart comes into a balance. Balance is the kind of main factor for the continuity of our harmonious relatedness with other people. So we can probably all remember times in our lives where we didn't want to meet other people, where we felt shy or ashamed or downhearted, and the thought of meeting someone else's face just felt too much. I don't want anyone to see me. So it's very interesting to recall these moments of the inability to feel part of what is going on. We feel cut off. We might just want, as a teenager, to stay in your bedroom and not go and meet people because you don't know what to say and you don't want them to comment on how you are and you don't want anyone to ask how you're doing because you don't know what you would say. I can only enter into the world if I can define myself, because otherwise I feel too vulnerable to other people's definitions. And this is a very important developmental experience. All children encounter the probably unintended violence of big people commenting on small people. Oh, you've grown a lot. Have I? How do you do growing? This is something which is happening for the child in a simple way, but once you comment on it, it's as if you're imputing some agency to the person, some responsibility, which then carries some moral aspect to it. And so, am I doing it the right way? Right, wrong, good, bad. Children very, very often don't want unnecessary comments on their life because it's objectifying. And when children are playing by themselves, it's manifest that there is a self-forgetfulness in that there's a giving of themselves into the game. And I think that's a very good model for us in our lives, not to start from a fixed position, but to allow the reception of the world to, as it were, take us out of ourselves towards the world. It is self-isolation as an entity, which from the Buddhist point of view is the root of all our difficulties. This is called ignorance, and it means ignoring the fact that we are always already part of the world, that our existence requires the presence of other people who make our clothes, who grow our food, and who look us in the eye, who listen to our stories and so on. We come into being from in relation to other people, just as all living things do. all plants require some sort of soil, or some sort of place for the roots to expand, and they need light and a proper temperature according to their own qualities. And we are the same. We need people to relate to us. So it's not that the other is an optional extra. We are already in the world with others, and these others are not so different from us. But when we imagine that we are internally defined and that there's a kind of circle of separation around us, then we're always having to step over the threshold towards the other person. But if I step towards you, how will I know whether you like me or not? So I'm now trying to work out how should I be in order to relate to you. But I only know the you for me. I only know my sense of you. What you're thinking, I will never know. So when we become anxious and we're trying to prepare how we should be, we're actually in an endless labyrinth of our own thoughts, trying to relate to other people as if the image in our mind about them was exactly who they were. And this force leads us to more and more isolation. So, from the Buddhist point of view, ignorance means ignoring the ground of our being, which is the openness of the mind, which is the stage or the site or the fecundity, the rich creative potential of whatever is arising. Everything is the mind. Now that doesn't mean that I myself am creating the whole world. What it means is the only world I have access to is my world. I cannot know what you see. If we go and have a cup of tea, I cannot know how the tea tastes for you. Even if we have a stopwatch and we dip our tea bags at exactly the same time and take them out after 2 minutes and we think the tea has equal strength, what it tastes like for you, I won't know. And I say, what's your tea like? Well, it's okay. Well, incredibly informative. Is it delicious? Yeah, it's okay. It's very difficult for us to describe our experience because the aesthetic immediacy of the world is beyond apprehension. It's not a thing. You're there, you drink the tea, there's nothing to do with it. The description you give of it is not it. Representation is always a lie. And we live in a world of endless representations, of images about something, of stories about something. But the immediacy of the taste of the tea in your mouth is what you get. That's your world. How you see the tree, how you see the cars, how you see the people who are here. So here we have one of the great mysteries, that in some ways we share the world, and yet we each have our unique individual take as we participate in the world. It's not that there is no objective world at all. It's not a kind of idealistic philosophy like Bishop Berkeley's, as if we're each hallucinating the world. Clearly, we are in a place in the countryside, and we got here, so we are located in a particular environment, and we will move out of the environment. But what is it that defines our being here? It's our interpretation. The actuality of the immediacy of experience is inexpressible. It's impactful, but you can't catch it because it has no essence. And simultaneously, as the world reveals itself, we respond with our thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on. And when these two streams emerge together, we get the formation of our particular patterning of engagement in the moment. In the tradition, this is called the inseparability of wisdom and compassion. Wisdom is when we see the emptiness of all phenomena. That is to say that in their immediacy, when they're not mediated by our thoughts and interpretations, there is a freshness which is so vital. What would you do? And yet, as we engage with that freshness, we have the particularities of our manifesting which link us to other people, and that's our compassion. We come into gestures of connectivity which have interpersonal impact, but nothing's established. Nothing is established. Because when we become more aware of our existence, we see, I am a flow of arising and passing experiences, of phenomena of taste, smell, backache, anxious thoughts about what I'm going to do on Monday because I've got some papers to fill in on time and so on. All of these factors create a particular pattern, and all of these factors are impermanent. So there is a basic ungraspability to our existence as it is, but if we rarefy our experience, if the anxiety of not knowing how it's going to be leads in an anxious vibration to the need to attach, to hang on, like a drowning sailor grasping onto a piece of driftwood, we hang on to concepts as if they were going to guarantee our existence. Today is Saturday. So, Saturday arises in the mind, and then we think of something else. So, what day is it? It's Saturday. So, you hang on to Saturdayness for 3 seconds of relief. Then you need to hang on to something else, then you need to hang on to something else. So we have this, the creativity of the mind becomes solidified as an endless stream of signifiers, each of which becomes like some kind of tendril, and we end up like Tarzan swinging through the jungle from one moment to another, trying not to fall onto the ground, because we're holding on to something. We are constructing our world. This is a lot of effort. This is really, really hard work, which is why this process of endlessly constructing our existence is called samsara. Samsara means revolving, going round and round from one moment to the next moment, from one realm, one potential formation to another, and we can't stop because our mind is dynamic. There is no fixity to the content of the mind, and therefore, if we're trying to hold on to something, all that is available for us to hold on to are transient phenomena. So you get a purchase on one, and then onto another, and onto another. So it's a bit like scree running. There's a mountainside with small slate scree, and as soon as you step on it, it starts to slide, and you've got to run at an upward angle in order to keep on the horizontal, because the ground keeps slipping away from you. And if we look back over our lives, that's what's happened. We went to school. Now school's finished. You might have gone to college. That's finished. You might have had a particular job or a relationship, and that's gone. So these little houses that we built were merely delusional bubbles that we occupied for a while, and then they burst. then you need to have something else to hang on to and something else to hang on to. So from the Buddhist point of view, reliance on transient phenomena as a means of having security is clearly not a good idea. You will not get stability from relying on moving factors. Moving factors will give you movement, and movement's pretty good because it makes our lives rich and interesting. If you want stability, you have to attend to the mind itself, which we can translate as being, or the original quality of our mental presence. And we'll take a break now, and then we'll start to look at the ground nature of the mind itself and do some practice to help us align ourselves with what is already there. Oh, in the Dzogchen tradition, generally there's no initiation, but there is a kind of transmission, or sometimes called an introduction. We're being introduced to ourselves, which is a strange kind of thing, because you would think we would know ourselves. The Tibetan term for this is ngotro, and ngo is linked with the ngowo, which means face. And our face has two aspects to it. We have our face, which we inhabit, but which we never see directly. Our face is, in a sense, for the other, though when the other sees our face, they interpret our face, whereas we are our face. And it's a very interesting thing to be your face. Could you ever see your face? So in the Zen tradition, one of the koans is to see the face that you had before you were born. That when you're born, you start to be able to elaborate an interpretation of your face. So if I want to see my face, I look in a mirror. The mirror gives me a reflection of the face, so I'm seeing my face at second hand. But the immediate face is the face of revelation. And our face is both a infinite open potential, and it's the particularities of our complexion, and it's the specificity of our expression moment by moment. And these three aspects of the face are central to the Dzogchen understanding. So if we want to recognize our face as it is, although the metaphor of seeing is used a great deal in Buddhist text, to see your own face cannot be about seeing something, because we can see the room, we see other people, we look around. And under that condition, it's as if I am the subject seeing objects, or I am the self seeing others. But to see your own face is essentially to become your face. And we become our face by ceasing to not become our face. That is to say, being is primordial. The quality of presence or awareness or being is the open potential of the mind as the space of belonging. And in the Tibetan tradition there are many technical terms used to describe this. This is just our kind of being here-ness. You know, when you see a small baby and their eyes are just looking out, it's a very naked kind of face. It's the absolute openness to what's there. That's to say, our mind itself as awareness is naked. It's not covered over by any thoughts or feelings. It is the stage on which the thoughts and feelings are arising. It's not blocking the showing of these, but it is not the same as these. Because as we have been observing, in the course of a day, we have endless sequences of how we are, as it were, showing ourselves, in which the energy of awareness manifests itself as particular patterns. But the ground or being or awareness itself is not a thing. It doesn't come into existence as something. So if we're trying to look for our mind, and we look in the manner of a subject who is used to catching objects, we're not going to find our mind. So we're used to identifying different kinds of plants, different kinds of vegetables, and so on. We do that on the basis of signs, of signifying marks. That is to say, our capacity to function in the world is our capacity to participate in the semiotic web. We take up particular interpretations and concepts, and by patterning them, we create these holograms of meaning. And we seem to find something true. When we say, this is Saturday, we seem to be saying, establishing something in truth. But in fact, of course, we're just creating a pattern of concepts. And Saturday will immediately have different connotations, depending on whether you're Jewish or Orthodox Jewish or Christian or Muslim. The days of the week will have different valencies. But the open quality of awareness is the ingraspability of the mind as something. You can't say there is no mind, because manifestation is occurring, and the manifestation is the showing of experience, and the illuminator of that experience is the mind itself. So, on one level, in order to describe this, we have to use lots and lots of concepts, because we're trying to go beyond concepts. And the concepts can't take us beyond concepts. But it's very difficult to see without the use of concepts. So you have the famous story of the Buddha teaching, and he holds up a flower, and Mahakashyapa sees the flower and gains enlightenment. Well, most of us aren't that lucky. In the tradition, it describes that there are different levels of transmission. So the first level of transmission is Jawa Gombigyu, the transmission of Buddha's mind to Buddha's mind. So it's a direct, unimpeded transmission. Then you have Rigzin Daigyu, which is the transmission of symbols. So when the Buddha holds up a flower, this is a kind of symbol, and somebody who's very attuned gets it. Then you get the third level, which is the transmission that comes in through the ear hole, the Gangsa Nyingkyung Gyupa. And that's what we are. We're kind of ordinary people, and we need to hear this stuff again and again. The problem, of course, is when the words come into our ear, we tend to mix it with the thoughts that we already have. And so staying with the freshness of the description as much as possible is important. So if it says the mind is naked, it means it has no clothing, it has no cladding. When we're sitting here and experiences are arising, the thoughts and feelings and so on, these are like clothing. These are temporary garments. And by putting on a garment, we develop a particular shaping into the world, because our clothes are a kind of communication. That's why we have such a big fashion industry, because people are wanting to express some unique particularity of themselves and identify themselves in a particular position in the social matrix. The other side, of course, of clothing is that it covers the naked body. And that's the double element of the richness of our mental experience, that our thoughts and feelings and memories are the texture whereby we move into communication with other people. They are in the house of compassion. They are connectivity itself. But if you're not careful, the very intoxication of the meaning that's generated by attending to this clothing, this cladding, hides the nakedness of the mind itself. So that if you're always caught up in mental content, the naked mind is not revealed. Now, when we wear clothes, we're naked under the clothes. There isn't a fundamental contradiction between nakedness and clothing. It's not that nakedness goes away when you put on clothing. It's just that you can't see the nakedness when the clothing's there. So the unborn open awareness itself doesn't vanish when there is a preoccupation with thoughts and feelings. These thoughts and feelings are the richness or the display of the mind. The problem arises when we are forgetful of the ground, because the ground can't be captured. And also say that the mind is pure from the very beginning. It's kada. Means it's never been contaminated with anything else. We know what contamination is when you have ecological contamination, when chemicals go into a river. We have the contamination of food substances and so on. Some languages, particularly French, are very sensitive to the contamination of their language by the inclusion of particularly American words that are seen as some debasement of the capacity of French to develop its own ways of expressing whatever new phenomena are arising. So contamination has the notion that purity is vulnerable. Purity stands in relation to impurity, and if impurity meets purity, purity will be lost. So we have the tree, but the tree is rooted in the earth, and the earth transforms the seeming isolated, autonomous individuality of the tree. You could say that the tree as tree, because it's in conversation with the earth, becomes a bit kind of messy around the edges. You can't be quite sure what the treeness of the tree is if the tree is in conversation. Because when the wind blows, the patterning of the small branches gets shifted by the wind, and so you can't even say that the shape of the tree is stable, because the tree is, as we looked earlier, a conversation. Now, when it says that the mind is primordially pure, it's not referring to a relative purity that stands in relation to the presence or the non-presence of contamination. Primordial purity means that the mind itself, our mind, our awareness, is infinite. If something's infinite, it has no limit. If it has no limit, you can't talk about inside and outside. In Britain, we are now bravely going into independence from Europe. We will be outside of Europe, which means a marker or a boundary is established that as you cut away your integrated communication, you now find that you have to negotiate new trade deals and so on because you've taken up a place of separation. There is Britain and there is Europe. And before there was much more communication going on between them. We can have this notion that there are these two things, Britain and Europe. But they are both inside the world. These are aspects of geography, the geography of the world. They are part of exchange systems. So the basic connectivity is covered over by reference to the definition of we're getting our country back. We now have Britain as Britain. I mean, this kind of language would make you stupid very quickly because it's insane. It has no meaning in the world of interdependence, but you can see how powerful it is to create the illusion that we stand alone, our finest hour. And now we see in the papers that Dame Vera Lynn is going to be singing again to keep our spirits up. And this is the construction of a national identity of we stand alone in a hostile world. We are brave, we are bloody but unbowed, and we will make it together. Beautiful. So this kind of illusion is very, very tempting for us. We have to see how the idea of separation, whether it's a fear of different kinds of sexuality arising or different kinds of religious groups coming into the country, Britain will be spoiled. Britain will be changed. It's not the country I grew up in. So people are holding on to the idea that difference means contamination rather than richness. And this is a central kind of fulcrum point in the understanding of Buddhism. That if you tilt towards grasping and reification, you come into this fearful sense, I'm being changed by all these things happening. But we're always being changed. Change is normal. Change is not something which is imposed on you by unpleasant multinational corporations or by terrorists. There is always change because many factors are operating together. So what is primordial purity? It means the mind is infinite, nothing outside it. And therefore it's beyond comparing and contrasting. It's not this in relation to that. It's not Italy in relation to Germany. It's not like having a set of scales and you can weigh one pan against another. It is incommensurable. It cannot be compared with anything because it is incalculable. You can only start calculating if you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When you have 0, you have to leap from 0 to 1, and then 1 to 2 and 2 to 3. Now we know the difference between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 is the same. But what's the difference from 0 to 1? That's much more problematic, because you can't find 0. So 0 shows the abstract nature of calculation. If there's nothing at all and then there's 1. So when we say the mind is pure from the very beginning, it's not something which can be brought into juxtaposition with anything else. It's not a thing. Oh. I am not a thing. We're here as a presence and awareness which is ever open and ever fresh, which doesn't block its own radiance, which is the endless flow of manifestation, which can take all sorts of patterning and open to all sorts of interpretation. But the ground of being or awareness itself doesn't stand in relation to these things. It can't be compared to them. Just as in the traditional example, the mirror shows many different reflections. If you were driving here, your wing mirror would have been showing hundreds and thousands of reflections, even in a short journey to get to this place. Image after image after image after image. These are all possible because the mind or the mirror is capable to show whatever arises. The mirror doesn't have any content of its own. And it is the emptiness of the mirror that allows it to show these multiple images. If the mirror had a fixed content, then you would be having to add on to other things. You'd be building up some kind of palimpsest, which is the structure of the ego, some kind of drawing or painting which is worked on again and again and built up through different strata. But the mind is fresh, and this arises, and this arises. The mirror is open, and it shows this, and this, and this, and this. The mirror doesn't edit anything of what is occurring. It just shows it. Awareness doesn't do editing. Now, this is very important when we come into doing meditation practice, because what we tend to find is, even when we relax and open, we get caught up in a kind of selectivity. We go into a response to what's arising in the mind on the basis of, I like, I don't like. I want to have more of this, I want to have less of that. And so we pull aspects towards ourselves and maybe merge with them and seem to incorporate them, or we try to disown and distance ourselves from other elements and say, this has nothing to do with me. Why? Because I'm like this. So if you really see that, oh, the reason I get into this endless selectivity is because I have a shape. So we need to be clear then, what is the relationship between the self as a manifesting phenomena and the ground awareness itself? Everybody has a self. All the big lamas have a self. They know the difference between putting food in their mouth and up their nose. They're not daft. They know what's mine and what's not mine. They come out of the monastery and they know where their shoes are. So they say, these are my shoes. If they're your shoes, you got a self. Otherwise, you wouldn't know you're your shoes. Huh? So this idea that there is no self in Buddhism is a bit ridiculous. What it means is there is no solid, enduring, reified self. There is no self-substance. That is to say, a substance with an essence which endures as a thing through time. But the fact that we can recognize where we live, and we can remember when the post office closes, and we can remember what shoes we had when we came here, these are patterns of identification. Patterning doesn't necessarily have any substance to it. Patterning arises in relation to other people. So, for example, the shaping of our face is influenced by, maybe in the break you went outside and your phone rang and you speak to someone and they give you some news, and if it's good news you smile, and if it's bad news you get upset and your face changes. We are labile. We are not fixed entities. We are responsive. This is what the self is. So rather than seeing the self as a noun, it's more like a verbal formation. The mind arises in one aspect as selfing, And this selfing is the emergence of patterns in relation to the emergent patterns of other people. This is not the same as open awareness. Because self-formation is influenced by what's around it, it is vulnerable. As a self, things will get to us. Now, we may look at a statue of the Buddha and he's just sort of sitting there and looks like, that guy's really cool. He's not influenced by anything. Is that helpful? You wouldn't have compassion unless you were impacted. What is impacted is pattern formation. So when somebody tells you a terrible story, or they tell you that someone close to them is now in hospital with a serious illness, our mood shifts. Their story comes to us. The quality of their face comes to us. It's absorbed into us, and we are, as it were, reconstituted. We're realigned in relation to that story. That's called compassion, isn't it? That's our empathic attunement, which is grounded in our willingness to be formed by the other. If we're in a happy mood and say, I don't want to hear this story. Shh, I don't care if they're sick. I'm having a good day. It's Saturday. Shut up. We'd say, well, you're trying to hold on to something. This is kind of inhuman, because you've been touched, but you don't want to be touched. I want to live life on my terms. I have had enough of listening to people's sob stories and da-da-da-da. I want life on my terms. And it's bad. This is what the great new president is like, seemingly like all the time. He wants to live life on his own terms. And whenever somebody does something that impinges on him, he really wants to push that back. Now, this is disconnective. This is saying, I am a self-validating, self-organizing, self-sealed phenomena. And I'm going to plonk myself out in the world, and you have to do what I say because I'm the cosmic egg and I can be how I am. That's not really our lived experience, because we are in the soft body of skin. We are touched and moved and impacted by what's around us, and we are reformed in conversation. Our ability to be reformed is grounded in the resilience and responsiveness of our capacity for selfing, that I'm willing to be interrupted and disturbed by others. Compassion is disturbance. Egotism is the enemy of compassion, because when we're egotistical, then we're trying to hold on to a fixed version of ourselves and to maintain it under all circumstances. But when we are participative and selfing, the patterning of ourself is going to be changing, just like the tree's branches blowing in the wind. There are certain elements of stability, certain limits in our manifesting capacity, depending on our energy, our age, how many other demands we have in our lives. But unless we're going to become sclerotic and build some fixed carapace, some shell around us, we will be touched and moved. And this is our connectivity. Now, awareness itself is not touched or moved. Awareness is like the clarity of the sky. It's unchanging. So there is a non-duality or a non-opposition between the luminosity of the mind, the fact that our awareness illuminates whatever is going on, and the pattern formations which arise as our participative movement, which is the energy of that awareness. So the energy is moving and shaping in a responsive way, And the awareness itself is never moving. And these two have been united from the very beginning. But because the non-moving aspect of our awareness has no self-substance in it, when you look for it, you can't find it as a thing. When your fixation is on the perception of things, you think, well, it's not there. So, who am I? Well, I'm me. Could you say a bit more? Yeah, I was born in Scotland. I do this, I do that. We can all run a self-descriptive story of ourselves in which we call ourselves into existence as a particular pattern formation. But of course, we describe ourselves in different ways to different people at different times. So we have lots of possibilities of describing our existence. But what do we exist as? If each of these descriptions is valid according to its circumstances, we can say, I am a potential that shows itself differently under different circumstances. So who are you? Well, that would depend. That's more interesting. That would depend. It always depends, doesn't it? How you want to introduce yourself. If you're fascinated by someone or not fascinated, if it's a policeman who's stopping you and asking you who you are, that will depend on how you feel at that moment. So our capacity for, as it were, self-disclosure or self-invention as a mode of participation is about the movement into formations, but because we have this plurality, this multiplicity of self-formations, none of them can be absolutely true. None of them can be definitively true. Sometimes we're happy, sometimes we're sad, sometimes we're thirsty, sometimes we need a pee, sometimes we feel energetic and want to go out in the world, sometimes we feel more wounded and want to hide away. We all have these pulsatory moments, each of which, in the moment of its arising, is exquisitely true for us. It's how we are, but it's a how, not a what. There is no what. When you look for the what, there's nothing to get. But you get howing, so we get showing, interactive showing. So if we link this back to the idea of primordial purity, all of the different patterns of our self-formation, while they may have contradictions between themselves, so somebody might say, I thought you said you were very generous, but you were really mean to that person. Oh, was I? You have some image of yourself, and now your action has showed a contradiction. So you think, oh my God, well, I didn't mean to be. Actually, I try not to be. And we get into sort of self-rectifications to try and hold in place this shape. As if the shaping could be definitive. In fact, we are many different things, and there is no essential contradiction between this multiplicity. So, for example, in the Tibetan Tantric system, Padmasambhava is said to have 8 main forms. He has many, many other forms, but he has 8 main forms. Some are a monk, a king, a yogi, a very wild, wrathful being. So sometimes he's peaceful and non-dangerous, sometimes he's very dangerous. Who is the real Padmasambhava? Well, the real Padmasambhava is the Dharmakaya, the ungraspable ground nature out of which these forms arise. There is no true formed Padmasambhava. There is no true formed Theresa May. There is no true form of any of us because we are multiple and responsive. And so part of the problem we face in life is that we're being called to account, and we're being required to define ourselves as if we were reliable entities when we're not. There's a huge intolerance for unreliability. Commentators are always complaining that politicians say one thing and then another. Well, why wouldn't they? Life is changing. Why wouldn't they? But how can I believe in you when you change your mind? Well, the way to believe in me is I believe that James always changes his mind. Now you can believe in me because I will reliably change my mind. I will not let you down. The idea that we can become a self, which is the same on Monday as on Friday, this is what drives us crazy. Because then you end up being in kind of existential bad faith with yourself. Because you've proposed yourself as being one way, and now you find yourself being another way. But because our self is interactive, because it arises in dependent origination, because it's co-emergent, it's non-dual, that is to say, it's not a separated entity, but it's a linked phenomena, of course we will show different forms. This is part of the richness of life. The fact that I'm called into becoming with you according to how you are. So moment by moment we are co-emergent. But this is not all we are, because without the potential for that emergence, we might just be one particular thing. The fact that we exist as a potentiality is the richness of our energy, which is empty. So these are the three aspects of our existence or experience according to Dzogchen. Our mind itself, awareness, is open and empty. It's raw, it's never been cooked or prepared, it's not mixed with anything. It's always the same, but you can't find it as something. It is the ungraspable freedom which arises from being nothing, which is non-dual with everything. Everything is inseparable from emptiness, and the mind's nature is empty. So in the tradition it's called Yingrig-Yerme, the inseparability of the Dharma Dhatu, or the space of all phenomena, and the radiant Rigpa, awareness quality of the mind. Within this openness, everything arises together. So we're sitting in this room. Each of us has a sense of our unique specificity, but this is arising in the room with other people. So the field of your experience includes everything in the room, includes yourself. It's not me plus everybody else. It is the me, the meing of me and the youing of you as I experience it arise together. So I experience sensation in my body. I can look down and see the color of the trousers I'm wearing. I can see the color of your jacket, the mat you're sitting on, and so on. This is arising at the same moment. I experience you and I experience me. What I experience of you and what I experience of me is slightly different, because I have access to proprioception, to the sensation in my body. I don't have that for your body. But I do have the shape of your body, the coloring of your clothing, your postures, and so on. You are my experience, and I am my experience. This is the field of experience. So in Dzogchen, this is called salwa, or clarity. It means that everything arises together, and then on the basis of our interaction, You have the particularities of feeling connected or not connected, of liking or not liking, of finding something to say or not having anything to say. We have these pulsatory interactions in the field, but these pulsations don't divide the field. It's not that there's me talking with you, but we meet and having a cup of tea and we find ourselves saying something. And the conversation, it's converse, it's verse, the movement is with, it's a linked, it's a co-emergent movement. Talking at someone is very different from conversing with them. So when I'm sitting here, I'm always looking around and seeing people's faces and trying to have a sense of how we are connected. Otherwise, I could write a little speech and just print it off and hand it to you. But when we engage together, we are all participating. Your quality of attention is an inseparable part of how I can talk. They arise together. It's not from me to you, because it arises from me as connectivity with you. And this is, I would suggest, how we enjoy our lives. We find ourselves in the flow of connectivity, which it allows infinite new variations of patterns to arise. We can't know in advance how we're going to be. This is the unformedness, the negative capability or the capacity to not know, which is the basis of connection. Because if you knew in advance, you would end up giving speeches or lectures to other people, and you would say, shh, wait until I'm finished. And then they would start to monologue and say, oh, shut up, shut up, shut up. And then you would start. And that serial monologuing, we know from our painful life experience, it's not very pleasant. It doesn't feel here, does it? So here-ness is, let's open to how it is. And that openness is actually the bloom, like the bloom on a flower. That's the sort of surface showing of the very emptiness of awareness. It's because we are not full of any fixed content that we can allow new content to arise. So then we can think of, well, what are the interruptions to that happening? When I'm preoccupied, when I'm hung up on something, when I can't forget about something, there's a kind of spiraling around, a repetition compulsion of following some train of thoughts and signifiers. And this pattern creates a foreclosure to receiving new impressions and then to finding myself being in a new way, because I've got to work this out. And I think the solidity of self-preoccupation is something that we face again and again when we meditate. Because we sit, we relax, we open, but then we find we're caught up in stuff. This caught-uppedness, this attachment, goes in two directions. Sometimes it looks like I'm wanting to get involved with this. I'm wanting to think about it. And at other times, it's almost like the thought formation is catching us. We can't get this out of our mind. We feel persecuted by these burdensome thoughts, which might keep us awake at night or have us avoiding certain situations that seem to stimulate them. I am caught up in something. I don't want this to happen. So we've got a kind of shaking to try to get rid of it. But the shaking doesn't really get free of it. So if an attack dog like a Rottweiler was to bite you on the arm and you try shaking it off, that dog is going to clamp its jaws much more firmly. So when you try to get rid of thoughts, you get the same kind of feeling. You find you can't get rid of it. Thoughts go free by themselves. They arise and they pass. We know this because all the thoughts we've already had today, our thoughts, feelings, and sensations are always moving. So why don't we just allow whatever comes to come? Would it matter if we had lots of weird thoughts? Well, I wouldn't like that, because I'm not the kind of person that has that sort of thought. So there we see the freedom and the openness of being, which doesn't need to defend itself because it's invulnerable, just as the mirror is never contaminated or defiled by any reflection that arises in it, because although the reflection is, as it were, inside the mirror, it doesn't touch the mirror. So the primordial purity of the mind is described as vajra, or indestructible, or invulnerable, because it's, in that sense, it's like the mirror. Whatever thought arises in your mind passes through your mind, but it doesn't leave any trace. Where it does leave a trace is not on the luminous openness of the mind itself, but in the patterning of our self-identification, where we think, but I don't want to have these thoughts. I'm bored with this, or that's horrible. And so we want to get rid of some thoughts and feelings, and we want to hang on to other thoughts and feelings. This editing function is the sort of biased and limited and you could say perverse site of participation. So I'm wanting to participate in the world on my terms to get more of what I like and less of what I don't like. And this bias or partiality means the things I like are really good and the things I don't like are really bad. And that really is implying not just the emotional quality of intensity, but that there is a true badness to the things I don't like, and a true goodness or validity to the things I do like. And once we enter into that way of interpreting a bad thought or a negative thought or a thought we might be ashamed of other people knowing that we had, seems to have the power to define who we are and to contaminate who we are. So the openness of our subjectivity, our capacity to receive all the different aspects of whatever is emerging, has become restricted because I now have an anxious self-edifice which I'm trying to maintain. And I've decided that it's provided nutrition by the factors that I do like, and it's put into danger by the arising of the factors that I don't like. And so now I'm in this endless work of editing and manufacturing. So the principal instruction in Dzogchen meditation is, once we relax and open, allow whatever is arising to come as it comes and to go as it goes. Don't try to correct the mind, don't try to improve the mind, because what you're doing is working on the patterns of emergence of the radiance of the mind, how it's showing itself, how it's manifesting, not the mind itself. So, just to summarize that, the mind has, if you like, these two main aspects: open, empty, indestructible presence, just a pure awareness, a pure capacity to show or to allow to be revealed whatever is arising. And out of itself, there manifests an energy of manifestation, what traditionally is called Rigpitsel. And this manifestation is the movement of our particular thoughts and feelings in response to what's occurring. Can something come out of nothing? Nothing comes out of nothing. So what we have is the mind is nothing, or nothingness, or emptiness, or shunyata, which is in relation to awareness, it's called rigtong, awareness and emptiness. This displays itself as the clarity of the field, which is called saltong. And within that, you have the movement of appearances of momentary experience, and this is called nangtong. And these three are inseparable. Appearances are the appearances of emptiness. That doesn't mean that they're nothing at all. It means that you can't find a true essence inside them. There are many ways to kill a human being. So you could attack their head, you could attack their heart, you could squeeze their kidneys, you could rupture their liver. We get these mortal blows. These are intrusions, lesions, traumas onto the body, which will bring about either an instant or a rapid or a slow death. We talk about our vital organs, because there isn't just one vital organ. And we understand more and more that the body is a vast communicative system. It's the communicative interaction between all these pulsations or emergent qualities which gives rise to our being alive, being in the world with others. What is the essence of the body? There is no essence. The body exists as collaboration. What is the essence of a country? That will depend on the dictatorial systems that are laying down the rules of history and so on. People will have different opinions. Is there an essence to anything? You can take, in the preparation of wine, you can take the dregs at the bottom after you've strained off the wine, and you can distill that, and you get grappa or lili, or these strong alcohol formations, a distillation. And you could say the distillation is an essence. But it's a one-way movement, because you can take the grapes and squeeze the grapes, and then you end up with a grappa. But you can't reverse it and take the bottle of grappa and make some grapes. So the essence, which is the grappa, is far away from the grape. The grape has been killed in the production of the essence. So when we have a living thing like a tree, because it's communicating with the sky and the air and the sun and the roots and the mulch, and there's many kind of chemical communications as we understand more and more between tree roots, a really fantastic area of inquiry now. Where is the essence of the tree? There are many different ways to kill the tree, but does a tree have an essence? So this is an invitation to think, what is the seeming isolation and internal integrity of the phenomena that we encounter, which allows us to impute, to imagine, to attribute to them an internally defining essence and a solid self-substance, the inherent self-nature. And when we examine that again and again, we see that there's nothing there. Now, somebody has kindly made a little cemetery for dying flowers. It's a kind of hospice for tulips. So we can sit and watch the gradual demise of these tulips. And they're going to die because they've been cut off from their roots. They're cut off from the bulb. So we're watching the process of dissolution. Because for the life to occur, the bulb is in the soil, mulch, and then it starts to rise. But even if it was kept, it would only have a particular amount of lifespan, and then that's used up. All arising phenomena are vanishing phenomena. There are no fixed entities anywhere. So this is the general Theravadan and Mahayana analytic perspective, and it's very, very helpful for us to do as an adjunct to Dzogchen meditation, because it allows us to put into question these assumptions, these unexamined nexus of belief, which catch us again and again. We think, oh, there's a bunch of tulips, which would be a normal thing to say. But the fact that they are removed from their necessary ground is often made invisible to us. Things flourish due to causes and conditions, and if these causes and conditions change, they no longer flourish. And we are like that. We know that, if you're at work and things are going on quite well and you get a good staff team, and then maybe the manager resigns and you get a new manager and they want to kick ass and show you what's what, and they tighten all the regulations and they call you in for interviews. What am I doing here? I've lost my place of work. What is this? That the transient construct that we were abiding in and that we felt at home in has been destroyed. It never was there. So we have factors of creation, factors of maintenance, and factors of destruction. For the tulips, we have, because they're embedded now in this fresh water, these have, if you like, second order factors of maintenance. The water will keep them going for a while, but the water lacks the capacity to repair the flowers. Their path to death has already started. So in everything that we see, there are factors of maintenance. Chapels like this are all over the country. Often they're turned into flats, they're chopped up in various ways, because the movement in the culture of that particular Christian orientation, which was once very strong, once a really dominant and determining orienting factor in people's lives, starts to ebb away. People 150 years ago probably couldn't have imagined that that would ever happen. Say, well, we're a Christian nation. This is how we are. This is what we believe. People would have said grace before their food. They might have said prayers at night before they went to sleep, and so on. These were the factors that gave continuity, and it created a kind of bubble. And then gradually, due to many different factors in economy, international trade, the nature of education, and so on, that ethos, that organizing and guiding set of ideas starts to loosen its power. And then here's a building. We don't even need to think that this is once a consecrated building, a sacred building, a building dedicated to a sacred task, and therefore we need a minister or a priest of some kind to come and suck the sacredness back out of it so that the architects and the builders can get on with their job. But a building's just a building. So the very notion of the duality of sacred and profane is largely vanishing from the culture as vulgarity becomes the dominant way of being British. Just thought I'd slip that one in. We could do an amateur Trump karaoke, I think. But these things are so important because history shows us again and again that things are constructed and then they fall apart. You know, we've got many poems like referring to Ozymandias and so on. Nebuchadnezzar's feast. The powerful will decline. The powerful will decline. And the power of our structures also will decline. When I left the NHS, the little department that I had been in charge of for quite a while and had set up a particular mood and way of doing things, a month after I'd gone, it vanished. The new person who came in had a different idea, and now they do whatever they do. It's not my cup of tea, but I'm not drinking from that cup of tea. So that's what it is. And we think, how could they do that? And the answer is always very easily. Very easily. Because what we take to be truly real and to have intrinsic value is just our opinion. So this sort of reflection is a very useful way of avoiding hubris, avoiding the inflated notion that our idea or our belief is somehow a guarantor of truth, a truth which should be protected and should endure. So in Buddhism, they're always talking about the illusory nature of phenomena. This is the middle way between a kind of nihilistic view that it doesn't matter, it's all rubbish and we'll all be dead soon anyway. Or these are really important things and we all have to strive to maintain them. Illusion means that pattern formation is ceaselessly forming and reforming as the dynamic of our interaction. And this dynamic or moving field will not be stabilized by anyone. You cannot stop the river. You cannot stop the flow of life. Whether you like things or don't like them, life goes on. We see how war suddenly spreads in some countries. Some idiot dictator takes over and starts arresting people and torturing them. And these horrible waves of patterning, of karmic formation, capture human life for a while, and then it releases and some new pattern arises. Inside that, we can do the best we can, but it's always working with circumstances. It's energy engaging with energy, which can be skillful or stupid, which can be brave or suicidal. It can be a self-selection of martyrdom, or it could be a more subtle way of approaching things. What you will not get is stability in movement. That's the bottom line. If you want stability, if you want real peace, you already have that in the nature of awareness. But if you look to manifestation, to the patterning of yourself, to thinking that you could establish a stable personality, to live a life in which you were happy all the time, in which you were your own person, that way madness lies. So from the Dharma point of view, the Buddhist point of view, to find our original face, to find the primordial ground of being, to find the awareness which has never changed from the very beginning, we need to release our fixation on the dialogic intermovement of subject and object and allow ourselves to be the space within which the movement of experience is occurring. Awareness means being aware that we are present without being something as such. This is a great mystery. When we look at the phenomena in the world, things exist as something. A car is not a cow. An apple is not an orange. Compare and contrast, category allocation. That's how our cognitions, our conceptual elaboration functions to give a seemingly enduring structure to identification. But awareness can't be caught. It's not a thing. You can't pin a tail on the donkey. There's no donkey there. The mind is not an object for itself. It is self-luminous awareness, but you can't catch it. You can never know your mind, but you can be your mind. We are awareness, and that's a very important distinction. So we'll take a break for lunch now. Have a little bit of time. We can go outside, see the fresh air, see the movement of the trees and nature. And the key thing is to allow yourself to receive all this that is there, because the ever-active turn of modern life that demands you stay on the job, stay ahead of the game, try to work out what's going on, means that we're very tilted forward onto the next thing that's going to happen and the next thing that's going to happen. This is just a chance to relax a little and receive the movement of the wind on your face, the chill of the air if you're in the shadow, the warmth of the sun if you're letting the rays touch it. And all of these experiences are changing and moving in time. You're warm in the sun, suddenly the wind blows and you get a little bit cooler. Pulsations. It's this, it's this, it's this. And this is how to open ourselves without appropriation. Because having a story about our experience, being able to explain it and give it an account of it to someone else, is not the center. The center is to be present in the moment of the arising itself. And actually, if you're not here, you're not here. Looking at other people's holiday photos is not much fun. And even for the person who was on holiday, looking at their own holiday photos, it's not the same as being there. Being here now is all there is. The rest is representations, elaborations, and it's thin gruel. It's a very thin soup. But the richness of life is the aesthetic immediacy which is available moment by moment. And some of it will be dark colors. Some of what arises in immediacy is pain, misery, loneliness, sadness, regret. These are part of life. And once we start scissoring away and snipping and editing to make the sort of life we want to have, we're in bad faith with ourselves. We're telling ourselves a lie because we haven't found the way to accept sometimes I'm sad, sometimes I'm demoralized, sometimes I don't care. That's a taste, that's a flavor. And then after half an hour, something else has occurred. It's when you take what you see as a negative experience and feel it's fundamentally unacceptable, and I don't want to be like that, you yourself are making the solidity of that experience. But being jealous or selfish or sad or self-pitying, these are just parts of the flavors of life. So the encouragement of the practice is not to turn away from the infinite patterning of experience. Neither should we merge into it and take it to be the eternal truth of who we are, but just to allow, oh, this is today's flavor. This is this moment's flavor. And this brings a richness which then can come out in our way of responding to other people. Because we have more empathic attunement. We have got more capacity to resonate to their despair when we have had our own despair and have allowed ourselves to know, I despair. It didn't kill me. It's not pleasant. But not pleasant is the marker of a flavor. Sour and bitter are flavors. Not pleasant is just a description of a flavor. It doesn't mean it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't mean, where are the psychic police? This shouldn't be allowed. It's unpleasant. Why shouldn't life be unpleasant? Very interesting. So how can I hang out with the unpleasant? Well, before I get into judging the intolerability of unpleasantness, I have to find a way to be with it. And it may well be that when we hang out with the unpleasant, it's not so unpleasant. It's at the end of events like this that we thank different people for what they've done, for the filming or recording or organising and so on. And that's a good thing to do. But maybe more important for all of us is, while we're here, is to really see how an event like this comes into being. Because it's sort of laid out. There are people helping with the food or with the coffee, setting out different things, people helping to set out the room and so on. And when we see that, it really is demonstrating everything is activity. Without people doing these things, they would not arise. What we have is arrangements of biscuits on plates, and a range of tea bags. So somebody has gone to the supermarket and bought things. And it's in these details that we find the truth of impermanence, of participation, and so on. Because formally thanking someone at the end is very different from people being in the process of appreciating as it unfolds. And I think that's more enlivening, because that's what creates the warmth of our connectivity. And especially this thing that we were looking at this morning, the danger of taking things for granted. When you're a child, you take your mother in particular for granted. You expect food to be there and clothes to be ready and her to know what books you take to school and so on. And the mother, in becoming an invisible function, a kind of extension of your own ego, is annihilated. And one of the aspects of that is it protects the child against the humiliation of gratitude. Because if a child actually really counted up what the mum does for it, this is something that can never be repaid. You're always in a one-down relation to your mum. And so, oh, well, that's just mum. She likes doing these things. So taking things for granted is a kind of mental dullness. It's a kind of stupefaction which hides from us the actual dynamic interaction of every aspect of our lives. Whether it's thinking about where the food we eat comes from, or who makes the clothes, or who drives the buses, or the fact that there are people working to keep the electric lights on in the middle of the night. Our lives are intimately intermingled and dependent with so many other people who we don't know. They're just sort of anonymous functionaries. And therefore, bringing to mind and holding in mind our debts of gratitude helps to weave social connectivity. Because gratitude is vital. That I am only me because of you. I'm only me because somebody was driving the train that brought me up from London, and that somebody built the hotel I'm staying in, and so on. Every moment of our lives, we are connected with and indeed resting on the work of other people. And just that very simple kind of reflection is again teasing out the illusion that we are some self-existing phenomena. Okay, I'll just say a few more background words and then we'll do some practice together. Just before the break, we were looking at the infinite nature of the mind, that if every something has a boundary because it's this as in relation to that, but because awareness is not a thing and you can't locate it, it doesn't stand in relation to anything else. The mind is neither just inside us or outside ourselves. It's not a thing which has a location. It is the very field within which all thoughts of duration and location are occurring. Everything is revealed through the mind. Everything that we have ever seemingly had or engaged in has been our own experience, arising and passing, whether it was having your nappies changed or learning to tie your own shoelaces where you get a sense of agency and engagement. These are all participative movements. You let somebody lift your leg up and clean your bum and put on the nappy, and you get used to this movement in the world with others. And all of these movements we've been there for. And there on these two levels we've touched on, there is the immediacy of what is, and then there's the narrative account. And as children come into language, they develop more and more and more narrative accounts what's going on. And so as they tell you a story, it's always at one step remove. And often, it's when children are just over one, between 1 and 2, and they're not in language really yet, you have a much more immediate sense of them because they have to connect with you to get their needs met. And once they can tell you what they want, you get a slight displacement. And this buffer zone of language, the mediation of experience, comes into play. So we have this sense, everything is my experience. This is life for me at this moment. It is like this, and then it is like this, and then it is like this. This is all arising as phenomena within the clarity of my mind. My mind is the ground or the basis which allows the unfolding of these patterns of experience. They are just as rays spread out from the sun, illuminating the world. The movements of the energy of the mind reveal themselves as all our phenomena. So in terms of their, if you like, their vertical axis, if we think of a ground, these thoughts blossom out from the ground, and they all have the same ground, and therefore, on a sort of ontological level, on the level of being, they have the same status. These are all effulgences of the mind. Whether I feel happy or sad or sick or healthy, these are flowers or displays of the mind itself. There is no one that is better than any other. They all have a fundamentally equal status as just what the mind is showing. But then if you go onto a horizontal plane of comparing and contrasting, then very easily we start saying this is better than that. I prefer this to that. We know this. You go into the shop, you see many different kinds of fruits and vegetables. They all come out of the ground through the trees and the bushes and plants and so on. They're all the produce of the earth. They are all food, but I'm not eating some of them. I don't want cabbage. Cabbage is for people who like cabbage. I don't want cabbage. I can step towards broccoli bravely, but I don't want any cabbage. So why do I not want cabbage? It comes out of the earth the same way as courgettes. Some essentialization is going on. Oh, but I like courgettes, but I don't like cabbage. I mean, you can see very clearly with cabbage, you cut it in the middle and there's nothing very much there. It's like an onion. It's just layer after layer after layer, and there's no real essence to it. So what is the cabbageness of the cabbage that I'm rejecting? But I don't like it. So my not liking the cabbage is more about me than the cabbage. And probably relates to my childhood in Scotland, where there was quite a lot of cabbage. And that way we can start to see what appears to be a true relationship with the objects of the world and is speaking to their intrinsic qualities is actually always my projection. You couldn't sell cabbages if they were poisonous. People can be allergic in some way to peanuts and to have gluten intolerance. I don't know if cabbage intolerance has yet been determined. So from my mental patterning, I am for certain things and not for others. That is to say, I have bias or prejudice or likes and dislikes. That makes it a bit more neutral. And the more I dislike something, the more I avoid it. And because I avoid it, I don't develop a new relationship with it. And its density as something to be avoided becomes more extreme within me. So I've taken the open potential of the vegetable world and decided that some are not good for me. That's when I'm rational, or not good in themselves when I'm being more intolerant. I hate them. I don't want it. I don't like it. Take it away. This is a mental process. This is the bias of the mind creating distortions in the world. Instead of the world being a flat open field in which all of these rich varieties of flavors and tastes and shapes are there, because of my own mental elaboration, I'm putting some up on a peak and hiding some down in the valley. I am distorting the world. So if we start to see this with external phenomena, that's quite helpful. You can think about clothing. Some people, women like high heels, other people never wear high heels, and so on. Some people like to wear ties, other people would never want to wear a tie. They would think it was an attack on who they were as a person. So we start to see how the self-construct, not selfing as the immediacy of our unfolding, but the self-construct that we build up is highly prejudicial. It's built on prejudice, and it endlessly engenders new prejudices. Now, this is important when we come to meditation, because as we looked before, the basic instruction is whatever occurs, occurs. It's just stuff arising and passing in the mind. It's not going to kill you. It's not toxic, but I don't like it. I don't want it to be there. It's just cabbage. We edit the content of our mind, which is why in the Buddhist texts you find a lot of attention to the notion of equanimity. That in the Mahamudra tradition they talk of rochik, one taste, that all phenomena which arise have the same taste, which is the taste of emptiness. When you really look at what is there, you can't find any intrinsic self-substance. The intensities and varieties of our appreciation or non-appreciation of phenomena is not linked to intrinsic value in the object, but it's manifesting through the vagaries of our particular ideas of what we like and what we don't like. I can remember being with my mum, and we would, as a family, we'd visit some other family and we'd have food and I would eat the food, and then on the way home my mum would say, "How come you were eating that in their house and you don't eat it when I cook it? What is that?" "Oh, well, that was different." "What was different?" "Just different. Because somehow you're in a mood and it just happens. And you'd feel a bit embarrassed standing on your prejudice." So there we see it's not fixated on the object. It's the play of our mind. And part of the function of this is this is what keeps the ego alive and in employment. The ego is the biased, prejudicial movement of our mental constructing, which is saying yes to this and no to that. I'll have some of this, but none of that. And that's how we make the particularities of our identity. You see that often, particularly with teenagers, when they're testing out new kinds of makeup and lots of eyeshadow and so on. They're trying to make a definitive statement and elaborate some identity. And then after a while, they don't need so much of that maquillage, that cover-up. And they're able to show themselves in a more naked way. So equanimity means being open to whatever comes. And seeing that the turn away from certain features and the powerful turn towards other features that seeks to intensify their value, this is the movement of the mind. And it is a contamination because it's a phenomenological blindness. It's not allowing the things themselves to reveal themselves, but we are projecting onto them a value which we have already established in our mind, which inhibits their freedom to show themselves. So, for example, probably none of us like pain very much. And you might have some back pain, shoulder pain. And when you're sitting, this pain arises. If it's pain, I don't like it. Well, is it pain that's arising? Is pain an interpretation? What's actually sensing for you is maybe some stabbing or some tearing feeling or a hot burning feeling, which, if it's allowed to be there, will change and transform. Once you catch it as pain, and then you start to feel, I feel oppressed by this pain, I shouldn't have pain, I don't want to have pain, why don't these other people have pain? Please, have a wee bit. Then we're now saying, I am being persecuted by this bad thing which shouldn't be happening to me. Now, there you've got a pinball machine going, because you've got these polarities of the object which is oppressing the subject, and the subject has to fight back. And whole mountains of thoughts and feelings can be generated just from that. Something that's happening shouldn't be happening. But it is happening. What is happening? Pain? No. What's happening is this little stabby-turny, funny thing, and which is then gone. The point of self-persecution comes when you pull together these fleeting phantom moments of sensation and turn themselves into a conclusion, I'm suffering pain, and this pain's been with me a long time now, and I want to get rid of it. And the more you elaborate these thoughts, the more you intensify the sense of self-persecution and the need to defend yourself against them. So when we come into doing the meditation practice, this is what we have to watch for, is the mental process of, first of all, taking a thought seriously, then relying on a counter thought. This is occurring. This is really occurring. This is getting to me. I don't like this. This is bad. So we're starting to get a dualistic toing and froing going on. And then we position ourselves differently. We don't want it. So we're shrinking away from that thing. And the whole focus of the practice is to relax and release. Release the fixation in habitual mental construction. This is a kind of optional extra. But it's quite a tasty optional extra. It's like people who like chili. If you don't have some chili with the food, it's really bland. You know, need a bit more taste. Well, have you not got soy sauce then? Something to put a little extra something in there. So, it is what it is. But what is it? It's like some kind of tapioca pudding or something. There's nothing much there. It's all much of a muchness. Well, it's much of a muchness in terms of the provocation of reactivity, but it's not much of a muchness in terms of aesthetic differentiation. Does that make sense? It's our reactivity to what's arising that gives the charge of positive or negative or good or bad. Actually, there's incredible variation in the world. Just in this room, there's all kind of different shapes of human bodies, and outside, all the different kinds of trees. And you can just be with that, so many trees. We don't need to say, I like that tree and I don't like that tree. That kind of tree should be chopped down. But when we take the same approach inside ourselves, we tend to be more censorious and want to remove certain mental constructs as if they were a fundamental contamination. What they are is impactful. They exert a kind of twist, a sort of torque. So we find our formation being altered, and then they're gone, and this altered formation also dissolves. You know, from moving around, hopes and fears, up and down. Nothing is established, nothing is destroyed by these movements. It's just turning in the ocean of appearance. So if I stay with equanimity, if I stay even-handed to whatever is arising, not only do I see more precisely the formation which is being given, but I also see its transience, and I see that when it's gone, it's gone. It's a clean ending. Messy endings occur when we hang on to them, because we're often trying to work out what it was that occurred. What it was that. It was just that. When you see a beautiful sunset or a rainbow or the reflection of the moon on water or some sheep up on the hill, there's nothing to do with it. You're not a shepherd. It's just sheep on a hill. You just enjoy the sheep on the hill and you walk away. You don't have to worry, are they getting enough food? Oh my goodness, they've got to go to the market, they'll go to the abattoir, I can't bear it, I'm going to join the Sheep Liberation Front. It's just sheep on a hill. They're getting on with doing whatever they do for as long as they're able to do it. The rainbow is there, and then it's gone. The beautiful sunset is there. So what do you do with a sunset? You just enjoy it. Just enjoy it. There's nothing to be done. You can't, it's not going to harm you, but you can't get it. You can't take it away. There's no doggy bag. There's just this. So you get the sunset by giving yourself to the sunset. The recipient is the co-emergent ally of the gift. If somebody gives you a gift and you say, I've not got any hands, what am I going to do? That's very difficult. You've got to get your hands out. Thank you very much. So we open the heart. Thank you very much. There's all of this. And it's all okay. So the founding Buddha in the Dzogchen tradition is called Kun-Tu-Zangpo, always good, or good under every circumstances. Everything is good. Now, clearly, there's some clarity we need in this, because if we say everything is good, what about killing children? Is that good? Well, in terms of the ethics of the shaping of manifestation, we can say that is not a good thing and we want to protect children. In terms of the arising and passing of experience, different patterns arise, they're there for a while, and they pass away. Some children die in the womb, some die at birth, some die at 1 year, some people live to over 100. When is the right time to die? What are the right circumstances in which you should die? Many different ideas. Is it better to lose your virginity on the evening of your wedding or in a bedroom drunk at a party? Happens to different people in different ways. Was one form better than another? Well, that's an opinion. That's a storyline. Something happened. It might have been happy, it might have been sad. The happiness goes, the sadness goes. It gets turned into an elaborated story, and then we try to work out what it is. So again and again, we have to watch. Our prejudice is to have strong moral readings, strong interpretive readings that we start with and say, this is wrong, this shouldn't happen. There has to be a something that has happened. If somebody is killed, there is a shot or a stabbing, or somebody drives a car into them, there is one mode of activity. Johnny's walking down the road. There's a drunk driver who goes up on the pavement and squashes Johnny into the wall. The movement of Johnny walking, the movement of Johnny turning, the movement of Johnny screaming, and the movement of Johnny squelching is all a sequence of unfolding moments. It shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. Car crashes happen every day. People are murdered across the world every day. It's not to exonerate and say, we have to, it's not in order to say, oh, there's nothing to be done. We should be doing something. You can be doing something, but it's unlikely you'll stop all the bad that happens. From the point of view of meditators, what we're trying to do is not to dull ourselves down. It's not about anesthetizing yourself. It's to have an aesthetic sensibility which is not being hijacked by the need to leap into activity and try and do something. What we can see in the Middle East is this endless chain of provocations and wars, where people interfere in other people's countries going to sort it out. And the net result is awful. The British, in British Indian times, invaded Afghanistan 3 times, and 3 times we were defeated and annihilated. Then the Russians went in and they got wiped out. Then the Americans went in. And these terrorist groups are still pervasive through Afghanistan, mucking about in other people's lives. Unless you've been invited in, it's not a good idea. But we have to do something. What are you going to do? Are you sure you're going to do the right thing? This is a complex situation. So if we had a little less inflation, a little less hubris, if we stayed with the small, we might see the arising and dissolving of situations which would allow some space for movement, concretization, making things solidly real, allows us to have strong opinions and indignation, which is quite pleasurable. And then the necessity to do something. We've got to stop Trump. What are you going to stop him doing? Nobody knows what he's going to do. He certainly doesn't know what he's going to do. But we're going to stop him doing whatever he does. Are you going to stop him having a pee? It's an absolute madness to think that we are in charge of the world. And we see it again and again and again. All these factors of climate change are people leaping ahead. Now we have this new wave of IT and robots coming in, and all the predictions are huge swathes of jobs are going to be lost. Is it good for the population to have ever higher levels of unemployment? All the statistics on crime and mental health would indicate no. Are people being fed and clothed at the moment? Yes. Do we need robots? No. Can we stop robots coming in? Probably not. Because this is the world we live in, fairly powerless. But what is in the power that you have, in the palm of your own hand, is sitting in the meditation and opening in awareness and letting thoughts come and go. This we can do. We can't bring about world peace, but we can try not to get lost in the practice, which means again and again we come back to being present with whatever is occurring, and every time we get off on a riff of something, we just come back to it and stay, and then we go off again and we come back. And the more often we manage to come back quickly and easily without self-blame, there's a bit more space. These things happen. We're not thinking, why did I do that? Or what's the meaning of having done that? Just, back here again. And that's the basis for equanimity. When we start to realize the more calm I am, the more accepting of how things are, I then start to have clarity which allows me to have a precise intervention when it's the time to intervene. But if I'm caught up in mental turbulence and then I move towards the world of other people from that turbulence, the likelihood of me having a finely attuned meeting with a person is probably not great because I'm preoccupied. So the meditative approach is always saying, calm, clear, open, simple clarity, the capacity of the mirror just to show what's there, is actually more helpful than a highly reactive involvement. What am I going to do? This is not right. This shouldn't be the case. Because this turbulence, although it seems to have a clarity, takes you into reactivity. So that's the background for our practice. The method is very simple. Many of you know it well. With various ways of entering into it. So we do it in a simple way to begin. We sit with our skeleton carrying our weight. Our gaze is open in the space in front of us, about 2 arms length away. We're not looking at the distant wall, but just resting it in the space. Breathing in and out in a relaxed, easy way. The mouth is slightly open, with the tongue on the upper palate. And then we just relax into the out-breath, and we're here. Whatever's arising, as it were, inside what appears to be me, whatever's arising seemingly outside as the room, it's co-emergence, arising together. Without balancing back onto the inside, this is what's happening to me, without fixating on the outside, we just allow experience to occur and be present with it. With it means absolutely close to it. It's a very intimate proximity which is not a fusion. The reflection is in the mirror. It's not on the surface of the mirror. The reflection's in the mirror, but it's not catching, it's not tacky, it's not sticking to the mirror. So when various thoughts and sensations arise, we want the clarity of the showing of what is arising, which is the immediacy of the showing of that form, rather than stepping back as an observer from a place held apart and looking at what's there. We're not seeing it by looking, we're present with it, and it's showing itself as it arises. Just as the sun arises in the sky, the space of the sky allows the movement of the sun, the space of the mind allows the movement or the unfolding of awareness, which arises as thoughts and feelings. And we just sit in this state for some time. Okay. So we'll do this practice again in slightly different ways. Whatever arises in the practice, especially if you get lost, it's just a swerve in the unfolding flow of whatever is occurring. Fundamentally, there is no error. It's just variations on a theme. But when we come to a solid conclusion, a strong judgment about what's occurring, that's when we step out of the flow and we become an observer of the flow, which is the more subtle form of duality of self and other. So whenever that occurs, just relax into the out-breath, and you're present, and there's the flow of sensation, feeling, and so on. No one form is better than any other. And of course, this is very challenging to us because we spend all our life making evaluations and judgments and setting criteria. What's the purpose of this practice? Severalfold. You start to see that there is a difference between, a functional difference between basic open awareness and the patterning of our ego consciousness, which includes a self-consciousness. Consciousness always takes an object. That is to say, we're always thinking about something. We're standing in relation to something else. And this means that the structure of that consciousness is trying to work out, where am I in relation to you? Are we allies? Are we enemies? Is there advantage? Is there disadvantage? So in the Tibetan language, the word for consciousness is nampa shepa. Nampa means a shape, a formation, and shepa means to know. So it means to know something in particular, something you can apprehend and get a handle on. And once you've caught it, whatever it is, you can then use it as a building block to build up a picture of something else that's occurring. Once you do that, you're in trouble. So the difference between consciousness and awareness is that awareness doesn't shape the object. It allows the object to have its own shape. It's not coming to a conclusion about it. So, for example, I might make a cup of tea here, and the tea tastes a little bit different from in London because you get different hardnesses of water in different parts of the country. You can just be aware. Oh, it's like this. Drinking the tea, it's like this. Or you can start to elaborate some story about it and come to some conclusion, and then you can turn to somebody and say something about the quality of water in this particular area, and you have a nice conversation. You don't need to have the conversation. That's actually a play of connectivity. You could start the conversation without commenting on the water, because you've grasped at the water as being something. It's harder or softer from the place you've been to. So the conclusion gives you, as it were, a place to stand, and then from there you can move towards or away from something else. But if you just stay with the taste of the tea, it doesn't establish anything. You've just had this experiences arising in your mouth. Oh. And then something else arises. Oh, and something else, and something else. So instead of making sense of things through duration and location, some kind of setting out a sort of graph formation with crossed lines, crossed axes, and so that you can plot the significance of what's occurring, you're staying with the first taste of what's arising without doing anything with it. It is what it is. It is what it is. And the paradox is, the less we grasp hold of our experience, the more we allow it to unfold, the more fresh and vital we become. So we can do that practice again. This time we can start by doing it in the form of the Guru Yoga. Guru Yoga means, yoga here means the kind of relaxed, natural openness of the mind. It's that which is unconstructed, which is not fabricated. And Guru means that which has ultimate value. So we enter into the ultimate value of our mind through being relaxed and open. And we can do this by visualizing in the space in front of us a white letter R, either the Tibetan version or you know it, or white capital A. And R represents emptiness itself. R is the first sound. It's the kind of root vowel with all the other sounds as variations on it. It's a sort of sound that babies make a lot. And then gradually they go from ah to mama, papa, and dada, and so on. So ah is just the potential of language, and then as you get variations around ah, you start to have word formation and the whole structure of interpretation. This white letter R, in the tradition, we visualize as surrounded by rays of white, red, blue, yellow, and green light, which represent the 5 elements, the 5 wisdoms, and so on. These are the emanatory display which arises out of emptiness. So we sit with this sense of the white letter R, and then we release the sound of R 3 times. We're just like emptying ourselves out, like a big sigh, just releasing the emptiness, which is the mind of all the Buddhas, this white letter R. We're releasing ourselves into openness with it. So we're just sitting with the R, and then the meditation continues as before, not going after past thoughts, not waiting expectantly for future thoughts, but being open to the mind however it reveals itself, whether it's an external formation or a seemingly internal formation. Are there any thoughts or questions about that before we do it? Okay.
Just dissolve.
The R, yes, sorry. The R, it's about 2 arm lengths away. maybe about this size, the rays of light around it. We make the sound of R 3 times, and then the R dissolves, and we're just sitting in the open spaciousness. And again, we're not staring out at some object, but just, it's like visually trying to open to the presence of the room without staring at objects. Because once you start looking at something, that hooks elaborations of interpretation. But this is just open to what's here. Okay. Okay. So the basic mood of the practice is tenderness and warmth, because these are inclusive factors that allow us to continue to offer hospitality to whatever's occurring. When we say there is no mistake, the only real mistake is to step out of the practice and find yourself, as I said, observing and judging. The actual content of what's arising in the mind, which could be memories of things that have happened earlier in your life, or plans for the future, or intentions. They don't really, these are not the main concern, because we're not looking to elaborate some structure. We're trying to be present in the moment with what is occurring, not linking it back in time, not linking it forward into what we might do with it, but just the pure revelation of how it is. Now we have to think, why do we do that? Well, from the Buddhist point of view, suffering arises from attachment. And attachment arises because there are two factors, there's subject and object, and one clings onto the other. There has to be an attaching mind, a grasping mind, and a graspable object. So we might say, I like porridge for breakfast. So there's a substance, porridge, and there's a subject that says, I like this or I don't like this. When the object, from the Buddhist point of view, the term that's used to describe this attachment is Dzogchen. Dzog is a term that's used for I, me, myself. So it's the first person singular. But you also have a kind of Dzogchen, or grasping at I to an object. So there it means the kind of essence or the unique individual facticity of the object. This is a plastic bottle of water. It's not a bucket and spade. It's not an old shoe. It is what it is. And what it is can be known. I know that this is a plastic bottle containing water. I know that I am James. So we can grasp at ourselves as if we are an object. We can grasp at other people as if they were objects, because there seems to be something that you hold on to. Now, of course, if you apply this to yourself and you think, okay, I'm James, I've always been James, what does that mean? I haven't always lived in the same place, I haven't always done the same activities in my life, I haven't always spoken in the same way, I haven't always eaten the same food. So the actual constituents which are forming the shaping of your life as Anne or Mary or John, whoever, are actually unfixed and varying. So the object which is grasped at is actually an illusion. The phenomenal display of the facticity of your being, which you might explore through Vipassana meditation, scanning through the body up and down, you realize there's no reliable, continuous self-substance. And yet, if I start my sentence with I can create the illusion. I could say, I've always liked reading. So that seems to be a continuous factor of my life. But sometimes I've read more, sometimes I've read less. The kind of things I've read has changed through time and so on. So what appears to be a meaningful statement is a bit like a politician's presentation of their game plan. It's something to be believed in but not investigated too much. Because once you investigate it, you find it's a little bit hollow. I've always enjoyed reading. No, sometimes. Due to causes and conditions, I enjoy reading. So reading is a contextual activity. It's a situationally evoked activity. And I might think, okay, if I'm going on a plane journey, I'll take a book and I'll read it, and then I get on the plane, I'm not in the mood to read it. So I don't even know whether I'm going to want to read or not. I don't know that much about me. Now, that's pretty pathetic. You're carrying these bloody books around, you haven't read them. Why are you doing that? Well, I thought I would. So my thoughts don't tell me the truth about myself. So if I don't even have that much self-knowledge, this self is pretty well unknowable. It's certainly unknowable as a thing, and there's a good reason for that, because I'm not a thing. I'm a potential which arises, as we've looked in various ways, a potential which arises in relation to circumstances. So there is no definable and reliable and predictable object side of ourselves. And even the apprehending part of ourselves, the grasping at who we are, it's also unreliable. Because we tend to have different moods. And sometimes we can be quite strict on ourselves and quite critical, and other times you think, oh, never mind. So the focus of the attending self can be generous or tight. And so certain things come more into focus or don't. I think, oh, January's over, spring will be coming, time to lose some weight. Get a bit more exercise. And look out the window, it's raining. What sort of a person would be out walking in the rain? Someone looking for pneumonia, somebody who wants to die. I'm for life, I'll just sit in here and eat something. So in that way, we see these kind of games we play with ourselves, setting out some agenda and then running across it because some other idea arises. The content of the mind is inconsistent and unreliable. So the grasping bit has variable and situationally determined powers of grasping, and the grasped at object is also not reliable. And yet so much of our lives is structured around this grasping or attachment or involvement, because we need to use it as the basis for building up the narrative storyline about our lives. So we say, oh, I haven't seen you for a while, how are you doing? People start, oh, I'm doing not too bad, but I was a bit sick, and it was this, and it was that. It's, that's a friendly kind of thing to say. That's like when two ants meet together and they rub their antennae together. Some kind of communication's going on. But you cannot tell someone else who you haven't seen for 6 months or a year about what's happened. It's ludicrous. And yet we do. We sum ourselves up. We extrapolate certain significant features, and with the different people we meet, depending on the degree of intimacy we have with them, we share some part, probably some part of a storyline that we started talking about the last time we met. This is the construction of connection. It's not truth. It's connectivity. It's compassion, not wisdom. When we think we're speaking the truth about ourselves, we're deluding ourselves. The stories we tell each other are not primarily about truth. They're about finding vehicles for interest. We remember that someone's very fond of gardening, so we ask them about gardening. We remember that somebody's mum was a bit sick, so we ask them about their mum. It's not that we have a desperate need to know about their mum. We never met their mum. We wish them good luck with their mum. But it's like a little tendril that comes out that offers the possibility of this moment of shared creation. That's what a conversation is. We create a little castle in the air for a while, and then it dissolves. Nothing has been established. It was the being there that was important, the participation and the sense of, oh, here you are, I remember you. And we're into something for a moment, like a little caress, like a little hug. It just brings a little warmth to the heart and more confidence to reach out and engage with people. Otherwise, we cut off. It's exactly the same in the meditation. When we grasp onto the thought or the feeling or the sensation, we actually delude ourselves. As if we could catch something. You cannot catch a thought. What would you catch it with for a start? And where would you put it if you caught it? A thought arises and you're drawn towards it. To be drawn towards something is a movement. You move into a fusion with an idea that then starts unfolding into a whole sequence, the unfolding of a pattern, and then it's gone. But I'm supposed to be being relaxed and open. I got lost. Oh, where did you go? I went wandering in my mind. But you're supposed to be with your mind. Oh, that's all right then. If you're doing this kind of practice, you can't get lost. When we began in the morning, we did focusing on the breath at the nostrils. That has an intention, and you can deviate from that intention. But with this practice, we're staying open to whatever arises. So whether simple forms or complex forms arise, whether we feel dull and sleepy after lunch, whether we feel interested or excited, however it is, we simply stay present as close as possible with whatever's arising. We don't want to collapse into it and merge into it so that we go into self-forgetfulness, nor do we want to separate off and observe it, but we're just being with it and being with it and being with it. And this is the way we start to directly inhabit being. Being here means the enlivening and illuminating awareness, which is the ground of everything. We don't find being as something apart, because being and becoming are always together. just as you don't find an empty mirror. The mirror always has a reflection in it. So if you want to find the ground nature of the mind, what our mind really is, the actuality of the mind, the true nature of the mind, whatever we describe it, it is there when something's happening, whether it's hearing a dog bark or somebody moving their chair. Something is happening, your awareness is there, and your constructive consciousness is there at the same time. These are simultaneously present. This constructive consciousness is more shaping, more engaged, and so it's easier to register. I'm thinking about what you said at lunchtime. The awareness is the medium through which this is happening. Just as when you go for a walk, you're moving through the space of nature. Generally, you're looking at the trees, you're looking at the hillside, you're looking at other people. The space is ignored. The space is taken for granted because it's this kind of neutral facilitator of the emergence of you going on your walk in the countryside. In the same way, spacious awareness has no color, no taste, no dimension. It's not something you can find here. It didn't come from somewhere else. It's not going anywhere else. It's just open. It's always open. So you won't ever get a handle on it. You won't ever know it as a thing because it's not a thing. But when you relax into it, you have the sense of it. Just as if you started to dance, you would have the sense of your body moving, and you could open that up very gently, and you would have the sense of my body moving in space. So space is the facilitating medium through which my body is moving. There's more going on, in a sense, when I attend to how my body is moving. But without the space, I wouldn't be dancing. So the palpable, contactable, feelable, engageable body that's moving in the dance is inseparable from the space which facilitates it. The space shows itself through the hospitality of our bodies moving in the dance. The space shows itself through the dance. You don't see the space itself. In the same way, the mirror shows itself through the reflection. You don't see the mirror itself. In the same way, the mind shows itself through the flow of thoughts, feelings, and sensations, but you can't find the mind itself as a thing because it isn't. It is the omnipresent, yet invisible and intangible facilitator or ground basis of all the different movements that are occurring. So the more you're attending to the simple movement itself without running a commentary about it, by being present in that movement with that movement of the mind, you start to feel. It's not a feeling. It's impossible to really to bring it into language. But it's revealed that form moves in space. As it says in the Heart Sutra, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Appearance is empty. If we want the emptiness, look at the appearance. But if you look at the appearance as grabbing onto it as being something, that excessive movement of appearance will hide the ground of the appearance from itself. Does that make sense? So it's almost like a traditional example would be if you had a bonfire on a dark night and you took a stick from the fire and you twirled it round your head, you and other people could see a circle of fire. There is no circle of fire. It's an optical illusion, but you see it. It is as if there is a circle of fire, and that arises from the rapidity of your hand movement. Or if you go to a cinema and they've got old-fashioned reel, you've got a whole sequence of stills which, when they're run at a particular speed, create the illusion of a continuous scene of somebody walking or running. Actually, it's fixed image, fixed image, fixed image. So we're taken in by the rapidity of the movement. We're seduced into believing that something is the case when it isn't. And that's just the same as with our thoughts. You get taken in by the rapid movement of your thoughts, and they generate this kind of epiphenomena of the conclusions that we come to about what's going on. We think, oh, that was that, that was that, that was that. But at the end of it, where are all these that's? They've all vanished. So the rapidity of the movement of the thoughts creates the sense of solid entities, of something actually the case, just like the circle of fire. Which is why we're not trying to alter what's arising in the mind. We're simply not wanting to feed the process of elaboration, which feeds the delusion that the world is made up of concrete, separate, substantial entities, each with their own essence. There are no entities, but there is a flow of impactful, ever-modifying experience. So if you get the difference between the two, whenever it's moving, and it's always moving in space, and the space is the open awareness of the mind itself. So we do another little sitting with that, and then we'll have a break. Okay. Now, the reason why we do this practice for a short period of time is because it's not a proactive extension of your agency or your capacity to make things happen. You're having to relax, but we have a lot of history of being active, being engaged and moving. So you won't make any progress in the practice if you keep trying harder. It's not about trying, it's about relaxing the urge to try that allows you to start to be at home in the true given, that which is there from the very beginning. Now, the metaphor of weaving you find a lot in early stories of the creation of the world, in some of the Norse stories and so on. And if you're weaving, you have the warp and the woof. You have the lines that are set up, and then you're moving in and out with different colors through these holding lines in a way that establishes the pattern. When we weave, we create garments. So this fits very well as an image for mental activity. When you sit in the practice and you get into an internal dialogue and you find you're thinking about something, you're weaving some storyline which wraps itself around you. This is a clothing which can keep you warm because it's familiar. It's also something to take to the market and exchange with someone else, because now you've got a little storyline that can become conversational. And there's nothing wrong with it per se. Weaving is what we do. A good conversation is an interweaving of interests, and people join in different ways. It's a joint creation. However, if we want to really taste all the images we have are dualistic, but if you want to, as it were, relax into the unborn ground of being, we have to desist from activity. So when activity arises, it's not wrong in itself, it's just that the time and situation is not right for it. So we don't have to push it away as if we've done some terrible thing. It's not erroneous in and of itself. It's, this is the time for relaxing. So this is like if you have a small child, you can get these very nice clocks that have got a clown on them. And so when the little kid wakes up in the morning and it's 5 o'clock, you look at the clock, and when this hand goes up there, then you get out of bed. So you can lie in bed and wait till the hand goes up. And when the hand touches the clown's hat, you can get out of bed. But you don't get out of bed before then, because now we're doing bed time, not jump about time, and not waking me up time either. So it's just like that. Now we're doing a relaxing practice. It's not about busyness. So it's not like that the kid getting up and running around is bad. It's just we don't need it at 5 in the morning. So when the mind becomes active in that way, if you don't engage with the activity, yet don't block the activity, it won't cause trouble. It's a bit like if you're in London and you stand on the pavement in Oxford Street, you've got the buses and everything's moving by and it's quite close to you, but you're safe because the buses are on the road and you're on the pavement. There is a proximity but no overlap. The problem arises is when we bend into the activity, when you try and jump on the bus, when you get carried away by the thought. That's where the trouble begins. So whenever you find yourself doing that, relax in the out-breath and just open again. It wasn't that you were going to do something wrong, but what we're doing now is this. We're relaxing, we're opening, and we're allowing the flow of the creative potential of the mind to come however it comes. We're not directing it, we're not being part of some elaboration. We're just letting it arise and fall, arise and fall. Just as some of the early mills here and up the valleys in Yorkshire were run from water. The water tumbles down the hill. It's been tumbling for thousands of years. It just tumbles and people put their bucket in it or they wash their clothes in it. And then somebody has the idea, we can build a mill for the corn or for weaving. And so they direct a stream out from the river and channel it through the sluice to the point where it starts turning the water wheel. And that water wheel then turns the axle that turns the grinding wheel or the band that's running the weaving machine. The water can run free or it can be directed to gainful activity. When we're in the house of compassion and we're relating with other people, this is gainful activity. We're weaving and producing something together. But when we're doing the relaxing and releasing, we're letting the river of the mind just tumble down the mountain. It goes where it goes. We're not correcting it in any way, and we're not asking it to be useful or productive or improve our qualities as person and make us more interesting for other people. It's just a tumbling stream of experience. And when you have both of these operating and you can see that they're actually not contradictory, then meditation goes deep, because the goal that's set out is that being in the state of meditative equipoise, being open to whatever is occurring, and being engaged in the world with others should be inseparable. Nyamjat jetop yerme means this is what people say the greatest yogis like Longchenpa achieved, that they were the same whether they were in sitting meditation or when they were engaged in activity with others, because the movement of the mind and the emotions and the body interactively, complexively with others wasn't different from the openness of the mind. The mirror and the reflection are inseparable. But what we do is we relax a little bit and then we jump into the activity, so it's a sort of staccato ride. The key thing is going back into it again and again, and whenever you get turbulent, no blame, no shame, just, oh, here we are. And then gradually, the seeming contradiction of being in one state or the other, the opposition between them, becomes more a seamless move. And we see that the movement is in the emptiness, in the spaciousness. It is as if space is moving. It is as if movement is always still and open like space. And that's when we really start to feel the non-duality. And now we will have a cup of tea and attend to our minds in the process, or not. So we can have a break until 25 to. In the Tibetan tradition, they talk a lot about the 5 poisons or the 5 afflictions, which are, as it were, states of mind or colorations of mind or orientations of mind which lead us into grief, even if they don't immediately appear to do that. So these afflictions are the first is a sort of stupidity or a state of believing in assumptions, an assumptive orientation in which we build up a sense of ourselves on the world on the basis of a series of statements. And the Tibetan word for it, timuk, indicates a sort of dull or heavy mind, a mind which in a sense is weighed down by too much stuff. So when we finish, I'm going to get a lift in a car and I'm going back to Macclesfield. So Macclesfield's just down the road. We know something definite, and we talk about Macclesfield as if there's a Macclesfield. So we'll know when we get to Macclesfield because there'll be a sign on the road that marks the boundary of Macclesfield. And everywhere inside that boundary is all Macclesfield. And then you go into an estate agent's and you want to buy a house. You say, what's the price of houses in Macclesfield? And they say, well, depends what bit of Macclesfield you want to live in, because all the houses are not the same. Some bits of Macclesfield are nicer, they're better, but it's all Macclesfield. So there you get the sense of what this stupidity is. It's to ignore the contouring or the nuances of a lived existence and to imagine that there were things you could grab hold of. Oh yes, I know Macclesfield, I've been there before. But when you arrive, people haven't somehow been frozen since you left on the street in some posture and suddenly wake up again when you arrive. They've been going about their business, they've been having their lives. And when you come into your familiar street, The cars are parked in different ways. The street is the same, because you can read the name, but the actuality of the street, how it demonstrates itself or shows itself, that's different. So stupidity is to believe that the concept is the guarantor of the facticity of the event. Yeah? So, here is a piece of fruit. I hope it will be delicious, but I have been cheated before by these orange things. Sometimes they're very dry, or they have 20 pips in them. How they all get in there, I don't know. So it could be good, and it may not be good. Then we look at it and we say, oh, I really like these. I really like these. What? The good ones. The ones that are delicious, easy to peel so you don't get your nails full of stuff. These are the ones I like. So you go from the general, I like these, to actually fine-tuning a specificity of which type of these you actually like. And it's usually much smaller. So stupidity or mental dullness or assumption means you find yourself describing the world, describing yourself, describing other people in this heavy, clunky language which seems to establish something. Maybe you really like a particular actor or a particular musician. So I really like their music. Well, actually the last track was horrible. Then you go into the detail and it comes out there's some bits that you like and some bits that you don't like. So what's always being missed out is the fact that my relationship with the world is mediated by many, many factors. The time of year, the state of the moon, the balance of my hormones, how I feel about myself at that moment, how available I am to the object that I would normally say I like, because if I'm very tired, I can't be bothered. But I thought you liked it. Yeah, but I'm tired. So we don't have fixed objects that we always like under all circumstances. We don't have fixed categories about ourselves that are always enduring and reliable. It's a movable feast in our pulsating interaction. So stupidity is the desire to simplify existence by making statements about it that seem to establish a reliable truth. And this runs in the face of the actuality of the unfolding. On the basis of this assumption, we then have attraction, desire, in which we see objects which we feel will fit into the formation that we take to be ourselves. And we want to have that object or person because I feel good when I'm close to that object. For a while. That's as good as it gets. I love you for a while. I'll always love you. Really? Really? Perhaps not. I imagine your emotions will fluctuate as much as mine. So how will we speak to each other? Never mind truth. It's the lies that make me feel good about myself. I want someone I can rely on, who'll always be there for me. I'm the one. You see, this is coming from assumption and stupidity. We know everything is moving, which doesn't mean that it's bad. It just means that it's pulsating and changeable. But we want it to be more fixed and definable. And then we think, if I have this particular person or object or new puppy dog in my life, I will feel better. But not when it's pissing on the sofa. Not when it's scratching at things, not when it's chewed your third pair of slippers. So certain aspects of the dog I like and certain aspects of the dog I don't like. Otherwise, you have hopes and disappointments. You have open-heartedness and then a slightly narrower welcome. And the danger with desire is that it's blind to the actuality of the object. And not only that, it's highly biased to the entire experiential field. We'll come back to that in a second. Then thirdly, we have aversion. I don't like this. I don't like you. You're horrible. You can sort of up the ante in the negative. You can make it relational. I get upset when you behave that way. I don't like it when you do that. I don't like you when you do that. I don't like you. So it becomes more intense and more definitive. And with the final one, I don't like you, you can have a full frontal aggression that then says, and I won't be happy till you're dead. Human beings do this a lot. Only if you are annihilated and your entire family will I be at peace. So the anger and aversion tend to move in the direction of annihilation because your mere presence is disturbing for me. When I see your face, I get worried. What are you going to do? I don't like it. I can't be peaceful with you. So you should die. So what this has done is to say, my capacity to be calm and peaceful doesn't belong to me. It's not in the palm of my hand. My capacity to be peaceful is determined by you. You make me upset. Therefore, only if you vanish will I be happy. That's a very interesting kind of logic, isn't it? I've abandoned myself and made you so powerful that you're merely walking into the room can make me feel really unhappy. I have enslaved myself to my fantasy as to who you are. So that's one of the big functions of anger. And that's why the retaliation towards the hated other can be so extreme. Because now that you make me upset by coming into the room, you're clearly very big and very powerful. And only by removing you from the world can I feel safe. Whereas I might have just said, oh, well, you're you and I'm me, and we don't have much in common, so never mind. Life goes on. And that sort of buffer zone between us would have allowed us to pass like ships in the night. So aversion is very powerful, because just as with desire, you think the meaning of my life is in the other person. If you don't love me and you don't want to be with me, who am I? I'm empty without you. Many love songs say that, isn't it? My world is empty without you. Really? Get a life. Get a dog. But you can see the power of it. The over-invested object is now being experienced as dominating the qualities of the subject. We're at the mercy of the object of desire, and we're at the mercy of the object of anger. Then the fourth aspect is pride, in which we experience ourselves as being separate from other people, being better than other people, being superior to other people. There's a kind of loneliness in that. They wouldn't understand me. What would I want to do with all these people? They're stupid. I need to tell them what to do. And although the pride seems to be very self-referential, because I'm intoxicated by what I take to be my good qualities, functionally it's extremely alienating. Because if people are unworthy, then they need to be put down and ignored. And of course, when that happens, you get a reaction from other people. So very often, proud people find themselves more and more isolated, which is what poor Theresa May experiences when she goes to Europe. People kind of look the other way as if there's some terrible bad smell coming. You don't like us? Oh, we don't like you. And it's very sad. I wouldn't like to be in her shoes. I really would not. That's a galling experience. Because people see Great Britain, great America, you think you're great, we put you down. So it's actually pride, although it seems self-referential, it's highly communicative, and it's actually a provocation to other people. So it heats things up. It doesn't attend to the fact that I belong with other people, and without other people, I wouldn't be me, that my good qualities have come to me, maybe through DNA, maybe through my schooling or family and wealth inherited or whatever it would be. It appears to be just some absolute sign of my own magnificence. And therefore it's alienating and separative from the environment. And the fifth element is jealousy. And in jealousy is always very interesting because it's where the vulnerability of the self or the egoic structure becomes most apparent. I want to secure the shape of my world, and so I reach out to have connections with what I want. But because the things that I want are meaningful and good and valuable, other people also want them. So the very thing that I'm doing to secure my life and make me stable, now I found someone to love, means someone else loves the person or wants the person who I love. So my very gesture of creating stability and reassurance has made me vulnerable to the interweaving of the world. Because actually, other people are not commodities that we can own and possess. Other people have freedom of choice, and we've discovered this since all the divorce laws and so on were changed, and there was much better work opportunities for women. It's one of the biggest transforming factors in our life, that you don't have to stay stuck in a situation, and therefore our relatedness can be more consensual, which means we have to keep working at keeping a relationship alive. You can't take it for granted. But if you feel you've caught someone, you've got someone, you just pop it in your pocket. You're safe. You're sorted. And of course, relationships then start to fall apart. So these 5 poisons, which feed out into many other kind of distorting personal and relational patterns, are seen as the basis for the arising of the 5 wisdoms. You can say the 5 wisdoms are the purification of the 5 poisons, or rather the 5 poisons are revealed as being the 5 wisdoms when we start to look clearly rather than being caught up in the definition. So the purity of stupidity or assumption is called the primordial awareness, or the pristine awareness, the original and unchanging awareness of the Dharma Dhatu. The Dharma Dhatu means a big space, and Dharma means phenomena. So the Dharma Dhatu is the space of all things. It means the whole infinite universe or polyverse. Everything is within that. The mind is big. The awareness is big. It's not a thing. And so propositional definitions of who I am are going to obscure the openness which has been there from the very beginning. So when you start to release your propositions, your assumptions, your statements about who you are or who other people are, there's a space of revelation. You start to see, oh, each person has infinite potential, infinite possibilities. When we see, even just in the short time we're here, we can see the same person having different conversations and how their body moves, and people they know more, they're closer to, and then they're more distant, and it's more formal or more relaxed. We see this pulsatory, ever refreshing new possibility of becoming. So the pristine awareness of the Dharma Dhatu, or of, as I tend to translate it now, as infinite hospitality, this is the spaciousness of the mind which offers space to whatever occurs. So rather than being exclusive or definitive or editing, there's a welcome to whatever's coming, which means that space is fundamental and manifestation is within space. Whereas if you start with assumptions, you say manifestation is primary, and then you build up your world on these assumptions. Does that make sense? So, popular assumptions in Great Britain. The NHS is the best health system in the world. British schools are among the finest in the world. Our universities are top-notch and at the cutting edge of research, etc. There's a lot of it about. It's not true. If you're in an A&E department, it's not true. There are many, many conditions that people suffer from that will not be treated because they're not on the NICE guidelines, and the financial system is not going to support it. This is bullshit. So politicians begin with propositions which kind of, it's like someone ringing a big bell and you get stunned by it. And then, stop talking Britain down. That was Margaret's favourite. Because I'm going to blow up the balloon and no needles are needed in this room at this time. Because the balloon, the inflated notion of what we're about, is something that we should all worship. Leave your sharp mind at the door. You'll burst my balloon. Come in, only dummies need apply. And that is often the case. We've got to believe in Britain. Believe in Brexit. The people have spoken. Some of the people have spoken. Some of the people have spoken. Some of them haven't spoken. Some of them said, don't do that. The people have spoken. And the reason the government says again and again, Brexit means Brexit, is because we don't have a proper representative democracy in which the number of votes you get leads to the kind of members of parliament you get. We've got winner takes all. So that's why Brexit means Brexit, because the winner must take all. If you said a lot of the people didn't want it, then you've got to have a kind of conversation between these two groups. Winner takes all. Winner takes all. Winner takes all is pretty stupid because there's all the other people with a resentment and you'll get into endless fighting and backbiting and resistances. This is where we can see how stupidity operates. It's by statement, assertion, the solidification of positions, which is against the actuality of the dynamic nature of our life. So when we go into the meditation, we relax and open, and we're present in and as the spaciousness of the mind, the ground that we're standing on is space itself. We're not sitting on an axiom, on a foundational belief. There's no dogma. You have to keep doing the practice until you taste directly for yourself the openness of the mind. And then you're at home in this spacious basis of manifestation. And when you are there, you can't say it. Nobody can say it. In the traditional example, if somebody doesn't know what the word sweet indicates, you can try to explain it with 10 words, with 1,000 words, and the other person won't quite get it. But if you put a little spoonful of honey in their tongue, say, yeah, that's sweet. Oh, this is sweet. Oh, now I know what sweet is. Okay, can you explain? No. So this is the same for the mind. When you taste it, you know what it is. When you're in it, you know what it is, but you can't say it because it's not a thing. So this is the primordial awareness of open hospitality. Grounded in this, you have the purification of desire, which is described as being the original or pristine awareness which attends to each thing as it is. That is to say, it's unprejudiced. Every phenomena in the world has some value. There is beauty in everything. There is beauty in the weeds that come into your garden. Dandelions are quite fascinating. It's amazing what they can do. This incredible yellow and then this tiny little feathery phenomena that come out and blow away in the wind. But if we don't want to have dandelions in our garden, we don't like them. As soon as we see them, we think, oh God, I've got to go and dig them out again. So we move towards this growing form with a prejudice. You're not a flower, you're a weed, I don't want you in my garden. So this is the sort of selective attention that's got an operating schema of high value and low value, of what I like and what I don't like. When we have more hospitality, we find ourselves able to be more attentive to all the forms that are there, to be interested in all the possibilities of human behavior, to be interested in more kinds of people, so that rather than making friends with people who can confirm to us that we're valuable people or that we are interesting people because you're interested in what I'm interested in, a kind of mutual appreciation society, you find that you can make more connection with different kinds of people. And you do that by receiving them, which is the first wisdom or pristine awareness, the hospitality that allows the unfolding of the world and the appreciation of it. Oh, so you could find yourself being interested in anything. How is it that these things are not interesting? If I don't start with prejudice, although time is short and we've all got many things to do, there are many kind of activities that people do that we could open ourselves to, many kinds of behavior, because then we see the potential that's embedded in all these forms of creativity. So what it's doing is it's taking hope and fear out of selectivity. If I go shopping and I choose a food that I know I like, it's not going to be the Garden of Eden. There's no need to have a great hope about it. And if I find that by mistake I've put the wrong kind of thing in my shopping bag, it's not a disaster. Like it says in the first chapter in the Simply Being book, if you find a needle in the road, there's no need to rejoice. If you make some homemade beer and it goes off and you can't drink it, there's no need to weep salt tears. The hopes and fears, success and failure are enormously disturbing. And one of the things that anchors us as a protection against that is being interested in how it is. So if you're cooking and you put in too much salt, this is an invitation to creativity. What will I do with this? I'll half this stew, I'll put half in the freezer and deal with that later. And with this half, I'm now going to have to find a way to modify the salt. So then you have to think what could do that. Some sugar can help a little bit. If it's very, very salty, you might want to put some pastry around it so that as the person bites into it, the flavor of the pastry will be in some kind of counterpoint to the saltiness. There is something to be done. But if you desire to get it just right, if you were working strictly to the recipe, it's ruined, it's spoiled, it's a disaster. And that happens a lot in life, you know, especially bringing up children. Children grow up however they're going to grow up, and whatever fantasies you had when they were wee babies is probably not going to be realized. But you work with them, with these strangers in your home. Well, and it is what it is. And it's easier to work with how it is if you don't have a big map of how it should be. So that's really the purification of desire, when you've got a strong sense of what I need, and that clashes with an environment where that's not available. There's going to be a lot of disappointment. So again, it's tilting away from the kind of proactive, sort of phallic arousal, the will to power, I'm going to do it my way, to starting not from inside yourself, but as we were doing with the open eye meditation, being present in the field of experience, getting the feel of other people, and then responding into that. Because this is your lived world. And if you want to be part of your lived world, you work with your lived world as it is, not trying to impose your fantasy on other people, which they will experience as a violence, even if you believe you're right. Then thirdly, the purification of anger is said to be the pristine awareness, which is like a mirror. So the mirror just shows what is there. It doesn't do anything. So when you purify anger, one of the things about being angry is that you're usually onto something. You're pissed off because there's some injustice, like the allocation of parking permits in the hospital car park. That's one that gets a lot of people going. How come you got a permit and I did? What is that? So something is not quite right. Yeah, okay. So you can look more. What is it that is not quite right? There could be clarity in the arousal of the first taste of anger, a clarity which could open up some more sensitivity about how it could be. But once you get into the anger and you start storming at other people and banging the table and saying this is not right and this is not fair, of course you get a closing down reaction from other people. So, well, okay, I don't want this. So clarity has just made itself dull, dark, and stupid by its intensity. Does that make sense? But if you stay with the clarity, it opens up pathways. So, you know, when you get really angry with someone, you say, I'm going to give you a bit of my mind. It means like, I've had my eye on you, I've got your number. And often people lay it out quite clearly. It's a very unpleasant experience. But all the things we might have tried to hide, our partners or whoever, they see. Children often do that with parents. And that's a fact. So it's like, how do we activate or not activate what is revealed through our clarity? Because anger is trying to impose a change on the situation that we believe will be better, but probably the recipient believes will be worse. So you increase antagonism. Whereas if you see clearly, you can find the tilting point, you can find the hinge that will allow you to apply pressure where it's likely to move. Does that make sense? Then the fourth aspect is pride, the purification of which is seen as the pristine awareness of equality, which is to see the equal value of everything, which has various aspects to it. One is going back to the purification of stupidity, by not starting with a proposition, but by starting with attention to what reveals itself, we actually come more in touch with other people's qualities. We don't take them for granted. We don't want to use other people as a means to an end, which means if we appreciate them as an end in themselves, we have a sensitivity to the particularity, the specificity of their shaping, of their formation. In ordinary language, we appreciate them more. And that appreciation makes us feel different. Oh, there's some quite nice people in the world. That's rather less paranoid, that feeling that you're surrounded by people who are less than you. Once you start to appreciate other people's qualities, it's not going to put you down. What it does paradoxically is bring you onto the inside, because appreciation dissolves the barrier between subject and object. In seeing your good qualities, you give something to me. I am fulfilled through your goodness. So in the 7-branch practice that you find in many texts in Tibetan Buddhism, one of the aspects is rejoicing in the virtues or the good deeds or the good qualities of others. If I can celebrate your beautiful singing voice, or how kind you are to animals, or the way you brought up your kids, that appreciation not just heightens my awareness of the shape of your manifest existence, but allows me to partake of that goodness. And they say that whatever virtue there is in the other person's activity, you will get the same amount of virtue or merit by rejoicing in it, because you've opened yourself in a receptive way to it. You've just enjoyed it. That's amazing. How wonderful that you've done that. And you feel light and fulfilled. You haven't lost anything by celebrating their qualities. But if you celebrate your own qualities in a way that tries to put other people down, that creates a painful distortion which leads to some reaction from the people around you. So, seeing the benefit of all beings is enormously important. And there's general background ideas that feed that, which is to say, we've been born many, many lifetimes. In all our previous lifetimes, we had people who were our parents. That means that all sentient beings who we meet have at one time been our mother, who has done very kind things for us. And therefore, whenever we meet someone, we're not meeting a stranger, we are meeting someone to whom we have already a debt to. We are obliged to that person for their kindness towards us. And therefore, if we are kind and helpful to others, this is not an affirmation that we are good people, but is simply us fulfilling our duty of repaying the kindness that we've received. That's a very, very interesting idea. To say, you have helped me already. There are no strangers. There are people who we have all been very close to, and we should step an extra step towards them to connect with them, because they have been kind to us. Now, again, this is highlighting receptivity and responsiveness. It's trying to diminish the sense of I am an island and out of myself, I have my ideas and this is what I'm going to do. It starts with the field and the field moves through me so that I become an extension of the field of clarity which is grounded in the space of openness. Then the fifth purification or the fifth awakening is to see that jealousy is purified as the aspect of pristine awareness which can accomplish everything. We can accomplish everything if we attend to the shape of the field. That is to say, if we mobilize our energy into the shape of the world as it is, and we accept that it is as it is, and don't try to impose our image on the situation, we can mobilize that there's always something to be done. In the newspapers, you can read these horrendous stories. Usually it's about a man who's broken up from his partner and they have kids, and he gets in a bad mood and he goes off and he's brooding and he comes back, he comes into the house, he kills the wife, he kills the kids, then he kills himself. There are many, many of these stories. Why would somebody do that? If I can't have you, no one will. I mean, there we see the raw edge of madness. You don't want to be with me? Well, good luck. If you say good luck, you don't lose anything. You're grounded in your own existence because you're wishing the other person well. You are now a well-wisher rather than a hurt, sick soul. But when you become sour and brooding and resentful, I'm going to fucking get you. I hate you. You ruined my life. That rancorous, bilious, nasty feeling is highly dangerous for other people, and it's extremely dangerous for ourselves because there's nothing much you can do. All I want to do is kill you, and I'll kill myself, and then the whole damn thing's over. Not if karma's true, not if you're coming back again, sonny boy. That's going to be pretty bad news for you, wherever you're going. But you can see the dynamic that drives people into that, because the overinvestment, not just I need you, but don't you dare reject me. I'm going to fucking tell you who you are. It's the impotence that comes from somebody slipping out of your grasp, no longer being amenable to be molded into the one that you want them to be. So it's the separation and functional autonomy of the other person, their freedom to be in the movement of their existence, that means if I want to be with you, I've got to find a way to dance with you because you're moving. So I've got to find a way to synchronize my movement with your movement, and then we'll move together. But if I'm saying, why are you moving like that? Why are you going out of the house so much? What are you up to? I'm not sure that I like you doing that. I don't think you should go out. In fact, you're not going out. And gradually the other person is being squeezed more and more into a position where their movement is an attack on my security. Therefore, only by dominating the other can I feel safe. And that, of course, on a meta level, politically has led to all kind of coups. When Salvador Allende was bumped off in Chile, that was exactly due to that. American domino theory about the rise of communism. What do we need? A strong man, a good dictator. General Pinochet, one of us. Margaret was pleased to salute that man because he was strong. They killed off Allende, who was quite a nice guy, who the people loved, because of the jealousy, because Allende didn't love America. You want to turn your back on me? I'll get you. Looks like we're getting into that territory again. If you don't do what I like, I'll kick the shit out of you. And it's very attractive. This comes from an anxious personality structure, a feeling that all beings need to support me in my glorious noble task of creating the world in my image. And if you're not with me, you're against me. And if you're against me, you're dead. It's very simple. I'm a simple man. That's terrifying. So the purification of jealousy is my energy can go in many directions. If this road is blocked, I can go in another way. That's what it means in being able to accomplish anything. I may not be able to get through to you anymore, but the world's a very big place. So rather than banging my head on you, why don't you love me anymore? Why don't you want me? Oh, I think I'll go for a walk. Sky's rather nice. Blackbirds are singing. Ah, there's the snowdrops. It's a lovely world. You're a bitch, but it's a lovely world. And then after a while, I forget you're a bitch. Go and bitch off somewhere else. Good luck to you. Because the ire, the irritation, the anger, the distress has bled out of it. And now the other person is just another person. And then we say, may all beings be happy, including you. So in that way, these 5 wisdoms are trying to bleed the reified, the consolidated intensity of position taking out of the dynamic field of experience, to allow the pulsations and the interweavings of direct contactful interaction so that there's the basis for new patterns to keep arising. So there we see that our real enemy is the attachment that says, I can hold on to patterns, I can make them enduring, I can enforce my will, and this will make me happy. You may be able to enforce your will for a while, but it probably won't make you very happy. Because once you start dominating other people, you've introduced terror into your world, and then you become terrified of yourself. One of the best depictions of this is the old Eisenstein film of Ivan the Terrible. It's a very long 3-part movie, and it shows his rise to power. It's a black and white movie, and at the end of the movie, he's walking with his high crown and his great robe down this long corridor. And you just see the light showing these huge shadows, and his own shadow is looming over him because he's become completely paranoid. He's killed off so many people. He's very aware he's got a lot of enemies. And the more powerful he's become, the more people he's killed, so there's more resistance to him. And he's caught in this hellish spiral. How many people do I have to kill to be safe? And the answer to that question is always none. Killing people will not make you safe. It's a very beautiful film. So what we're concerned with here is connectivity is much more important than possession. And now that we live in this time of objectification of people, of the manipulation of data, of information, of knowing about people, these huge computer systems that are absorbing all this information about our lives. The commodification of people, dealing with them as if they are tradable items, becomes more and more the case. And the big antidote to that is working with the potential as it arises. Because as soon as you have decontextualized something, which is to say what commodification is, classic example of that would be slavery. You land your boat on the West African coast and you grab some people who've been living their lives. They've been fishing and farming and hunting in the forest. They've been going about their complex daily business. and you take them out of the situation. You decontextualize them, and you identify them in a way that has nothing to do with their kind of organic context. You've now got a commodity. You've got somebody you can take into a slave market and sell. They exist solely in terms of your definition of them. Their history is wiped out. Their relatedness to many other people is wiped out. They only have value if they're going to be made to function within the economic system that you're establishing, whether it's a plantation or setting railroads or whatever. So when we see these tendencies in world history, I think Buddhism is very, very helpful, because it says, of course people do that. Of course they do. Because I, as a subject, will feel more powerful and more safe if I turn you into an object that I can dominate. If I disempower you, I will be more safe. And there's a lot of that has gone on in the history of the world. So the possibility of Dharma is to find a way of being centered in open spaciousness so we can respond to how life is, which means that sometimes how other people is going to influence and indeed direct the ways in which I can manifest, and that's okay. I'm not the leader of the gang. I can sometimes do as I'm told. So all of us can pulse out as leading in a situation, whether it's a group meeting or whatever it is, and then you step back into the body of the group. So sometimes we are passive receptive and opening to the plasticity of our being, becoming what is required. And at other times, some wave of describing or determining energy arises from us, and we can shape events. We're both shaped and shaping. And when you get a harmony of that, then you have the basis of synergy and collaboration, because everybody's having it in turns and nobody's stuck in a fixed field. So attachment to the idea of fixed, definable entities tends to feed into a very static reading of the world, in which you have ownership and domination politics. So when we do the practice together, we're attempting to let go of our anxious desire for control over things, to open up the space in which we start to look at the assumption that we have that the world is full of things. People are not things. People are ever-changing, moving sites of communication, just as trees and dogs and cats are. So we enter into relationship with these others, they move and we move. But once you define them as something and attach to some particular idea about how they are, we get a problem. So the practice is very much about letting go of our fixation, that first of the 5 poisons, the assumption, the operating on automatic pilot, business as usual, getting into multitasking, not really attending to what's going on, so that we can build up a sort of ease of mindfulness which allows us to attend to the unfolding nuances of the situation and then respond into that as required. So that's some of the benefit which we hope to get. It's been quite a long day. We'll do a little more sitting and then move out into the evening. Okay. So we start to see that the internal contents of our mind are always changing, but even the external form. So if you're looking at a wall, for example, a blank white wall, it's easy to tell yourself, well, I'm just looking at the same wall and nothing's happening, this is a bit boring. This is you telling the wall what it is. If you relax and open to the wall, you find that in the course of half an hour, various forms arise. As the sun goes down outside, the pattern of illumination in the room changes, and the coloration of the wall shifts. Different patterns in the texture of the plaster under the paint start to be revealed. And in that you can see the thing that stultifies us, the thing that dulls us, is our belief that we know what's going on. I tell the wall that it's a wall and it's a wall and it doesn't change. But once we start to receive the world, to receive the wall, different possibilities are there. It doesn't mean that you're like a child lying in bed looking at the wallpaper and going into some imaginal journey about it. You're not artificially fabricating a storyline about it. But the middle way between over-defining its fixity and elaborating it according to imagination is just allowing the phenomena to reveal itself as a revelation. That is to say, it is a showing. Now, one of the things we might remember from school is that light likes to move. Light doesn't stop. Light moves very fast. So light is not a thing. When you look around the room, what you see is light. So you see someone and you think, oh, you've been there for a while. That's where you've been sitting. What you're experiencing is light shining onto the person, being absorbed or rejected by the different colors in their clothing and so on. You're experiencing the flow of light. Each person you see is a flow of light. You impute, you imagine that there is somebody there who is what they are, but what you got was light. And light is movement. And that's very important in the Dzogchen tradition, where in some of the practices, there's a lot of attention to the nature of light. So it's our ordinary way of thinking is, I'm looking at you, almost as if light is coming out of my eyes like a searchlight and illuminating you. Then we realize actually light comes into our eyes and it doesn't just come in the once. It's ceaseless. This is the unfolding of the world. The flow of light doesn't stop. And so when we fixate on somebody as being something, this is a solidification of the actuality of what we get is light. What we get when somebody speaks is sound, light and sound and vibration. And you can do the same. If you run your finger down your arm, you feel sensation is dynamic. It's not a fixed thing. Because if you put your finger on your arm, it quickly goes a bit dull. But you run it down, it's the movement which is life. Oh, nice. Movement is life. Life is ever moving. So the way to be safe is not through control, not through appropriation, but relaxation, opening, and then responding within that field of unfolding. Hallelujah. In Buddhism, there are many different kinds of meditation. And so there I said, well, you could do one kind of practice or you could do another kind. That might not feel very helpful, because we might have thought, well, what should I do? And that indicates something important about the structure of our psyche. That if there is a rule, you can either align yourself with the rule or resist the rule in some way, but you know where you are. When you have a choice, what shall I do? How would I decide? So this indicates moving beyond being either in control, as you can feel if you go along with the rule, or feeling out of control, if either you don't know what the rule is or you find yourself in resistance to it, that the central point is collaboration. That we need to collaborate with ourselves, which means in the first instance you have to be able to listen to yourself. How is your body? How is your breathing? How are your emotions? And in relation to that, what's a good way of working with myself? We're working with circumstances which are both external and arising in relation to the patterning of our thoughts and feelings and so on. So if you begin with receptivity, you can start to get a clearer profiling of how you are in the moment, and then that gives you a sense of, well, this is what we're working with. Whereas if you start with a rule and you seek to impose the rule, that becomes a cover-up, because your energy is now being entrained into some formulaic structure which may be objectively good. No one's going to say it's not a good thing to focus on your breath and calm yourself, but it may not be particularly useful to you in the moment. So what we're concerned with here is, can I trust myself? Can I trust my own judgment? If I can't trust my judgment, I'm likely to want someone else to make the decision for me. So that's where patriarchy and rule structures are very helpful, because there's always somebody who's going to tell you what to do. And you hear the big person saying it, so you think, well, if I do that, I should be okay, because why would they want to lead me astray? But they don't precisely know where you are. So if the focus of our work is to be able to settle into the openness of our awareness and not get caught up in the habitual patternings which functionally can obscure the openness of that being, we need to trust that we have a capacity. Our capacity is diminished when we merge ourselves into these arising patterns, and our capacity is increased when we are able to observe the arising and passing of patterns without fusing into them. Why would we fuse into something? Because it gives a definitional shape. As we looked yesterday with the metaphor of the mirror itself has no internal shaping. It has no definitive content. But it's always showing patterns which have shape and color. It's easier to attend to the reflection. It's easier to do something with it than with the mirror itself, which you can't get. Or another traditional image would be the clear blue sky. If you look into the clear blue sky, it can be very relaxing, and you can do it as a practice of meditation to just open, but there's nothing much to say about it. The sky's open, sky's blue. But once the clouds arrive, you can say this cloud looks like an elephant, or this one looks like a bus, or this cloud's bigger than that. You can start holding on to the pattern of the cloud, the shape, and then you get into comparing and contrasting. So you have more stimuli for your narrative production on a cloudy day than on a clear blue sky day. And that's the same when our mind is relaxed and open. There's not much to say about it. But when you get caught up in your depressions, anxieties, hopes and fears and so on, then there's a lot that could be said. So relaxing into openness doesn't give you anything to hold on to. When you've got something to worry about, then as something to chew on. You can get into it. You can have diverse opinions and views and tendencies inside yourself. You can make a proper meal of it. This gives you a sense of agency, which may be feeling powerful and able to clarify and construe what's going on, or your sense of agency may feel dispersed and dissolved and you feel a bit overwhelmed by what's going on, but you are existing in a dialogic movement. You're caught up in the familiar polarity of in control or out of control. And you can pass your whole life in that way. There's always something to be busy about. There's always something to think about. But as we started to look, the fantasy of agency that I, in my ego self, am the thinker of my thoughts is probably a delusion. So when we do that basic meditation of staying focused on the breath, we find that we succumb to thoughts. We intend to stay with a simple focus on the sensation of the breath on the nostrils, and yet we are carried off by a thought, by a sensation, a feeling. So where is the agency? It is as if the thought clasps our consciousness and carries it away. Then we wake up as if from a dream and we go back to the breath. We're not in charge of our mind. The ego seeks to have mastery, but actually doesn't have mastery. Generally speaking, in Buddhism, we could say the ego is an imposter. The ego is a false claimant to the throne. The ego claims to be the king or the queen. So who is the real ruler? One of the foundational Dzogchen texts is called the Kun-Pan, which means the king or the ruler who can do everything. This is not our ego's construct self. This is awareness. Because from awareness, the energy of the luminosity of the mind gives rise to this endlessly changing pattern of experience within which we participate. But this is a king who is, or a queen who is harmonious with the subjects, who's not in opposition. It's not about domination, it's about allowing patterns to arise and pass without editing. We edit because we want control. We want control because we're fearful of having to endure things we don't like, and we're hopeful of having more opportunities to enjoy the things we do like. And this fundamental bias leads to an insecurity because actually we don't know what's going to occur. We don't know what's going to arrive on our plate in life, and yet we have a whole set of prejudices and opinions and likes and dislikes. So how can I reconcile my personality, my sense of being me as an individual, which is actually grounded in the choices I make? I become my individual self by saying yes to some things and no to other things. So my ego self is actually a situation of prejudice. We go into a restaurant, we choose particular things from a menu. The people we're with choose other things. You go into a clothes shop, you choose some things, others. You go on a particular kind of holiday, some people go walking in the hills, other people lie on the beach. And through that, we create the patterning of ourselves. I know who I am because I've got some sense of the kind of choices I make, what I say yes to and what I say no to. as we started to look yesterday, the infinite nature of the mind, being without borders, means there is nothing outside it. Everything that arises is the quality or the luminescence or the generosity of the mind. And so everything has the same fundamental nature of being empty like the mind. When you look in the mirror, you can't find the mirror. The mirror is empty of self-substance, but it shows itself as reflections. Now, the reflections have appearance, but they are also empty of self-substance. So the emptiness of the mirror, if you like, is absolute. It's just empty. There's no inherent content at all to the mirror. But the reflections that arise in it also are empty of essence and substance. There is appearance which is inseparable from emptiness. Everything we experience, everything we think we know or have or do, is a luminous play of illusory phantoms. Now, clearly, if you're sitting an exam, whether you pass or fail has some importance to you. Because you want to go through one door and have one style of life, but maybe you find you can't go through that door and you've got to have another life. And this can feel like a disaster. Because you imagine you are in charge of the trajectory of your existence. This is probably a big mistake. Our life unfolds, our life is revealed to us. Today in Britain, some people will be in car crashes. And they'll be taken to an A&E department, and some radical surgery will occur, and when they leave the hospital, they'll be in a wheelchair. This sort of thing is happening every day, in which what are now called life-changing incidents occur. And people's situation is compromised. They have a stroke, and suddenly that healthy person who had absolute freedom is having to have someone else wipe their bum and survive the indignity of that, survive this transformed sense of identity. So who am I? I used to be like that, and now I'm like this. Who am I? So if your sense of self has been constructed entirely out of the patternings of your existence, and you've come to believe that these patternings give a true account of who you are, you're very much a hostage to fortune. Because at any time, something can blow across your life and you find themselves in these estranged situations. When we see many people fleeing from the Middle East, and they're called refugees. Now, 10 years ago in Syria, these people were maybe school teachers or coppersmiths or bus drivers. They had a place to stay, they had friends, they had all kinds of structures. They were people in a milieu which was reflecting themselves. They existed as socially viable people who it would be difficult to subsume under one category. They had diverse aspects to their existence. Then this dreadful civil war breaks out, and so many people become refugees. And that's all you see. When you look at it in the television, you see there's a picture of people getting off a boat. Another 1,000 refugees have arrived in Greece. What do we know about these people? That they're refugees. So all the other aspects of their existence have been wiped away. That they have so many skills and qualities and properties, but these become irrelevant. They're simply stateless people who are now at the mercy of other people. Most of these people have not been strongly implicated in pushing for political change. They haven't been out in the streets setting off bombs or trying to kill anyone. They find themselves suddenly caught up in this big wave, this huge wind that blows through their world, and everything's in tatters. And that can happen to any of us. All sorts of things can suddenly blow your life away. Parents die, children die, partners die or leave, all kind of sicknesses can arise. So it raises a central question. If identity is so fragile, is the only thing we can do to devote all our time to trying to shore it up, to trying to cobble together new ways of hanging in there and going on existing and doing our best under circumstances? I have to mobilize my resources. I'm not going to be crushed by this. I feel like shit, but anyway, I'm going to carry on. This heroic mode clearly has some value to it, but it's a little bit blind. Because if we start to see, oh, identity is very fragile, maybe I need a better house. We know the story of the 3 little piggies. Piggy number 1 loves playing in the sunshine and lives in a straw house because you can just get a little bit of straw and make a shelter. Piggy number 1 doesn't believe in winter. Piggy number 2 is not so sure and makes a little house out of twigs and branches. Bit more effort, but not so hard. Piggy number 3 is very concerned. So Piggy number 3 goes into the forest, collects mushrooms, puts them in a wheelbarrow, takes them to the market, sells them, buys bricks, brings them home, and starts to build this brick house. I want to be safe. And as we know, when winter approaches, oh, there's something out there in the forest that smells piggy. So when the wolf comes, Piggy number 1 gets very frightened. I'm in my house. Leave me alone. I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down. And that's what happens to all our lives. If you're living in a straw house, you are not safe. You are not safe. How do we get another house? And of course, this is a very instructive story because it says, when the wolf comes, you need a brick house. So generally speaking, in Asian thought still, they continue an analysis based on the 5 elements, just as we used to in medieval Europe. So we have earth, water, fire, wind, and air. And air as space, as the space of within which these other elements are. Earth is stable, water, fire and wind are unstable, and space is stable in the sense that it has no substance or essence which can be undermined. So when the moving elements start to increase their dominance, as we will certainly see with climate change, the tendency is to find a way to resist this movement, to resist this move change by accentuating the earth element. So we need more rules, we need more immigration control, we need more protection in order to create barriers to stop the turbulence getting near us. That's like building a brick house. It takes a lot of effort, but brick houses also can get broken into. And a small brick house with 3 little piggies is going to stink after a while. So the more you compress yourself into an enclosed space, you lose a lot of freedom. So how do we deal with turbulence if we see the limitation of imposing rigidity? Well, in Dzogchen, we're concerned with space. The natural open spaciousness of the mind gives room for everything to move, and because space doesn't offer resistance, there's no friction. And so the arising energy then releases itself. You know, when you see these weather forecast pictures of some big hurricane and it's moving across the water, and then it hits land in Florida or someplace. When it's moving across the water, you get waves getting bigger and bigger, but there's not much damage because the wave goes up and the wave goes down and the wind blows on. But as soon as it hits land, then the houses get destroyed, the trees get blown over, the cars are tumbled, and people's lives are in danger. So when movement is in space, there's the arising and the passing, the arising and the passing, because space is not defending itself against what occurs. Whereas around England now, there's a lot more attention paid to sea defences. And if you live in a house on a coastal edge in Suffolk, for example, you won't get any house insurance, because you can see that the cliff, which is usually a sort of mud cliff, is just gradually falling into the sea, about 1 foot or 2 feet a year. Earth element looks strong and clear and solid, but is also at the mercy of moving forces. So in the meditation practice, we come to see that our sense of an ego self, definite knowledge about who I am, is actually an alignment with the earth element. You know, maybe we start as teenagers and we're kind of all over the place and we're not quite sure how we should live or what we should do. There's so many options and possibilities and we feel a bit dispersed and unformed. But as the years go by, we sort of settle into ourselves. We've got more sense of who we are. There's a sort of consolidation of identity, which has some advantages, but it doesn't remove the fundamental vulnerability. But the ego existing as a propositional state, we can say, this is what I like, this is what I don't like. And our attachment to certain patterns and the mobilization of our energy to the maintenance of these patterns seems to be what life's all about. That we need to find a way to hang on to a relationship, we need to find a way to hang on bringing up our kids so that they don't become too crazy, you need to hang on to a job so that you can pay the rent. A lot of our existence is passed in life maintenance, and that's quite a common term. Well, you would only need life maintenance if life was crumbling. If you've got a building like this one, you can see cracks on the outside, you can see that there's been little bits of leaking and so on. Buildings are under attack. Edifices are always under attack. And the edifice of my ego self is also going to be under attack due to the forces of aging, sickness, interpersonal difficulties, intrapsychic movements, and so on. Okay, so where do we go? You know, when you start thinking about all the problems on planet Earth, some people think, well, the solution is to get in a spaceship and go and start a colony on the moon or maybe even on Mars. We've got to get out of here. So, how do we get out of ourselves? Alcohol can help. But then you return to yourself, and it's usually a somewhat less pleasant self you have to wake up as. So, self-abandonment doesn't really do the business. How can I get out of myself? That's what meditation's for. It's not about getting out of yourself and going somewhere else. What it is getting out of the intoxicated feeling that I can have total knowledge about who I am, and my sense of self is the limit of my existence. Actually, we all have greater capacity than we're aware of. we limit ourselves by avoiding doing things that we might find challenging or difficult. And if we take the courage to step out, we find that our growing edge starts to expand and we can incorporate new elements into ourselves. So you might not feel very confident in singing, but you decide to join a choir, and then you start to believe in your breathing and that you can hear the tune better and you can participate. All sorts of steps people take out give them an increased sense of the border surfacing of themselves. If you do that, though, in heroic mode, there's a self-reflexive turn in that says, yes, I did it. And this, to me, disgusting narcissistic turn, which is pervasive in sport, this sort of triumphal, yes! What the fuck? This is shameful. As a good Scottish Protestant, I object. Because what it means is that there is a forgetfulness of all the environmental factors that have fed into the possibility of that moment arising. The victorious one, the heroic one, the one standing on the podium, it seems like an isolated monad, a truly autonomous person who out of themselves has achieved this great success. It's never like that. There are always teams of people behind, all sorts of people who are engaging in it. Because success and failure are pulsations in the kind of elastic rubber-like surface of the topology of the world. Whatever's going up means something's going down, and this pulsatory movement's going on all the time. So, again, we want to look, what is agency? That is to say, where do thoughts come from? Where do feelings come from? The simple answer is, they're my thoughts, I'm the thinker. They're my feelings, I'm the one that feels them, they're mine. And who are you? Well, I'm me. I'm me is like an earth element. It's like a wall which is set up to say, don't ask any more, enough's enough. I'm me, I'm just me, leave me alone, I'm me. What more do you want? You know me, I'm me. Done deal, full stop, leave it. This is a very strange invitation to stupidity. It says, the facticity of my existence, myself, cannot be inquired into. And of course it can't be inquired into because if I fundamentally put myself in doubt, I'm in a terrible situation. Once we have not knowing who we are, we get states described as depersonalization, anomie, alienation, and so on. And to be in a state where you don't have a felt sense of yourself makes ordinary life very difficult. So the fear again is in control or out of control. As long as I can keep telling myself I am who I say I am who I think I am, the show stays on the road. But if I don't know, if I start to get a bit confused, if I start to lose it and I'm not quite sure where I am, and I keep losing my keys and I think, I'm losing my mind, this becomes very, very troubling. Because I can no longer enjoy the assumption of the continuity of the pattern out of which I generate my sense of self. The bricks on my house are starting to crumble. So from the point of view of Dzogchen, this is a warning, this is a sense, a straw house, a twig house, a brick house. You don't need a house. All houses fall down. What you need is to be present with your mind itself. The mind, as we've been looking, is both openness and content. The mirror always has reflections. The content of the mind is the thoughts, feelings, sensations that we have. And they are the showing or the display or the radiance or the clarity of the illuminating power of awareness, awareness which is inseparable from emptiness. Emptiness here just means ungraspability. It doesn't mean nothing at all. Everything is unborn because it doesn't come into true existence, and yet the flow of appearance is ceaseless. So we have appearance without substance and emptiness, and this appearance is inseparable from the spaciousness of the mind. When you relax into the spaciousness of the mind, you find it's always the same. It's not the same on the basis of comparing and contrasting, in which you maybe look at an old photo of yourself and you think, oh, I still look a bit like that. That's me. I can recognize myself because this is like that. The sameness of awareness is that it always has the quality of relaxed, open, uncovered, fresh. It's just aware. Within it, patterning is ceaseless. Sometimes the patterning looks like subject, sometimes the patterning looks like object. We have the experience of, in a ballet or theater or movies or painting or a novel, you fall into the object. You go into the other, or you're kissing someone or making love with them, and you, as it were, dissolve into them. The other, the object, becomes, as it were, the sight of yourself. The mind there looks like the object. Other times the mind feels like the subject. You appear to be in yourself, looking out, having thoughts and opinions about what's going on. These are both the play of the mind. When we say awareness, it's not a refined form of subjectivity. So, and this is quite an important point, and it's very, very difficult because language, we always hear at the limit of language, and so when we use language, language is, of course, highly associative. Individual words have no meaning. You know, as Wittgenstein says, if you want to know the meaning of a word, don't look up a dictionary. Talk to people and find out how they use the word. And this is the truth of it, isn't it? Because words display alterations in coloration and impact and so on as they arise in sentences in communication with other people. So we all have background notions of what a word like consciousness or awareness would mean. And we need to be a little bit careful that we're not importing our pre-existing associations with these words so that, oh yes, I know what this is. I know what awareness means. So for example, I could say, I'm sitting in the room and I'm aware of a tree outside the window. That's a reasonable thing to say. That's not what the word awareness means in Dzogchen. That sort of awareness would be a kind of mindfulness. Mindfulness is a tricky term too. The word for mindfulness in Tibetan is dramba, which also means memory. It means recollecting, gathering together. So when you're mindful, you recollect yourself, you gather yourself together. You might get a bit spaced out, or you're thinking of something else, or you're doing multitasking, and they think, oh, I need to get to the shops. That's an example of mindfulness. Something comes to mind and you give it attention and it disrupts what was there before. I see the tree. As we looked yesterday, I impute the tree, I create the tree with my own associations and identifications. So this is why the image of the mirror is very helpful. Awareness doesn't take an object, and awareness is not a subject. So the mirror shows, say for example, you stand with a friend in front of a big mirror, and you're looking at your friend, but in a way that you can see the reflection as well. You're engaged in a conversation. Sometimes they're talking and you're the recipient. Sometimes you're the active one talking and they're listening to what you say. So you've got a kind of movement of subject and object between you. The mirror is showing all of that. The mirror has no bias to subject and object. It just shows. So that's what awareness means. It's like the sun, it's illumination. And this illumination is everywhere. As Portia says, the quality of mercy is not strained. It follows equally on the good and the bad. It goes equally in all directions. So that's why, again, there's a lot of concern with equanimity. Because as soon as you have bias, you want more rain here and less rain there. More attention here, less attention there. This is the quality of subjective consciousness, in which you're allowing one thing to be important, to be figural, and you put other things into the background. And so you have this movement of items becoming important and then not being important. They're pulled towards you and then passed into the background. But awareness is just aware. It's just aware. It doesn't have opinions. It doesn't have desire. It doesn't make choices. It just shows. So we might actually translate awareness as showing or illumination. What does it illuminate? It illuminates the non-dual field or the integrated field of the interplay of subject and object. As we looked yesterday, when we do the practice, we have our eyes open, we've got a sense of what's around, and we've got a sense of our body. And in the practice, we're not thinking, I'm in here looking out there. But by relaxing, we start to see what I call out there is the arising of experiences. I'm not seeing things. That's already a second order identification and elaboration. But when you allow the facticity, when you're just receiving the arising, oh, this is happening, this is happening. And then you bring that same attention to your individual self, as you would start by thinking, oh, this is happening, this is happening. So I can feel my back, I can feel my hands moving, I feel my breath, I see the color of your sweater, I have a sense of the shape of the room. This is happening, as it were, out there as object. This is happening, as it were, inside as subject. But these two modalities have the same ontological status. They have the same validity, the facticity of their emergence. When we get into interactions, of course, we privilege one over the other, because there seems to be the continuity of ourselves. So at the end of the morning, we disperse, we go in different ways, some people in cars, some people on trains and planes and so on. Clearly, each of us has a particular embodied continuity which opens up new experiences. So you might say, well, being here with you is a temporary situation, but being here with me, this is something much more enduring. You, the object, are ever changing for me, but I, the subject, am the one who continues. sort of going on being of me, as it might be described in psychoanalysis. But going on being is not a very helpful term, because actually you have going on being becoming. I don't know what I'm going to become when I'm sitting in the train. I might just look out the window, I might read something, it'll depend. What will it depend on? What's outside the window, how I feel? I don't know. That's becoming, isn't it? We become according to circumstances. So although I can say there is a continuity of myself, as we started to look yesterday, the thing which continues is the openness of myself, which allows the flow of becoming, and the meta-narrative, and this is me, and this is me, and this is me, and this is me. To be an individual self is to be a dog with an infinite bladder. You can piss on every lamppost in town. This is me, this is me, this is me. Wherever you go, you lift your leg and this is me, my life, this is what I do. And it's this kind of ownership or incorporation which is only possible because the I or the me or the myself is actually empty of content. So this is, in Buddhism, what's referred to as delusion, that I, as the dynamic, as the movement of my life, always have new content, and yet I reassure myself by a narrative that says, I'm always the same. I've always been me. But when I woke up in the morning, I had one particular feeling, and I clean my teeth, I have a pee, I go out and I have a coffee. In each of these situations, different things are arising. But they all happened to me. Now, there you get the earth element. I'm here, I am the owner, I am the one that this happens to. I continue as an identifiable entity. That's how it seems. But this is delusion, because actually, all of that has happened to me, or I did all of these things. That is only possible because the I is empty. We do so many things. How could we do all these things? Because as soon as one thing comes into your hand, it falls out of your hand, then the next thing, then the next thing, then the next thing. So we're filling and emptying all the time. If you didn't empty, you wouldn't be able to fill. If you got up in the morning and you think, I need a pee, you can spend the rest of the day in the toilet thinking, well, I need a pee, I need a pee, I need a pee. I've had a pee, but I need a pee, I need a pee. That would be one way to live. And there are people who do that. I have supervised a case of somebody who could only eat while sitting on the toilet. Now, that's getting pretty bad. Because you can, delusional structures of self, identifications that lead to anorexia, bulimia, self-cutting, and all the rest of it, obsessive compulsive things, these are people being caught up in an idea, in which the idea becomes the determinant not just of activity, but of identity. I have to is not just I have to do it, but the I have to-ness is the shape of my existence. Get out of my way, I have to. And that's a dreadful, dreadful place to be. But if we observe ourselves, I am empty and full at the same time. It's because I'm empty that I can have a rich and wonderful life. I can look at the trees, I can walk out and see the light glistening on the plants, I can hear the birds, I can talk to people, I can make a cup of tea. All of these are arising and passing moments, none of which can become reliable and stable and act as a guarantor of the continuity of my identity, but they are here. And this is why in Dzogchen they're always talking about immediacy, that our world arises all of a piece in an instant. We don't build it up like painting by numbers. You come into this room and the room is here. You go out of the room and the world is there. Moment by moment, we are participating in the almost magical fully formedness of existence. This is becoming, this is becoming, this is becoming. And that is because being is empty and becoming is filling. And being and becoming are non-dual. These are the two aspects of our existence. We become as the dawning clarity of the entire situation in which we are. And then within that, we move in a particular way, making choices, more eye contact with one person or with another. We engage with people in different ways. And this is the particularity of our participation in the field of becoming. This has been going on since we were born. This is our life, our existence. So identity is like the skin that forms on coffee. Some people may like that skin. I'm not particularly partial to it. So what we want is the fresh coffee, the freshness of life. An American guy who grew his own maize, his own corn in the back garden, and he had it that he could cut the maize, peel it, get it in the boiling water in 10 seconds. So it would be really, really fresh and tender. In a sense, that's how we want life. We want to be here. If we're here, it's here. The world is very kind to us. If we're here, we're never alone. Something is always going on. But if we vanish into the labyrinth of the mind, into our memories and hopes and fears, you can end up in quite a lonely little place. It's lonely and abandoned because you're not here. Where have you gone? Here. There are forms of here that appear to be not here, but here is always here. This is why they talk of it as an illusion which becomes a delusion, that we hallucinate our depressions and anxieties and hopelessness because we don't know how to be with how our life is. Old age, sickness, death. If we live long enough, this will come to us all. We will lose our physical powers. We will lose relatives, friends. We will lose mobility. We will lose the sense of being useful, effective people. We will become useless. How beautiful. I don't have the correct quote in my mind, but in the Bible, when it says, consider the flowers of the field, what's it? They toil, they sow not, neither do they reap. Yet Solomon in all his glory is not adorned as the least of these. You know? Just being is enough. And as my mum got very old, I used to visit her a lot in this old folks' home. And you go into a room, it's all these old people, and they look up, everyone's smiling. And go around, shake everyone's hand. Oh, hello, hello. And just, they're not doing anything, but there they are. And then you could see that some people became very agitated, and they weren't just there, because they're thinking about the past. They're thinking about what they've lost, but it won't come back. So here you are. Awareness is not dependent on the quality of activity. For example, Rigzen Godem says in one of his short texts, he says, the mind is not created by the good deeds of the Buddha, and it's not contaminated or harmed or destroyed by the bad deeds of sentient beings. This is why the mind itself, the Buddha nature, is described as being vajra, which means indestructible. Our awareness doesn't get better if we're doing beautiful things, and it doesn't get worse if we find ourselves caught up in selfishness or jealousy. Of course, the patterning of our becoming, our manifesting, our being with others, this will be changed. If you're in a bad mood and you've got a sour face, this is going to impact the people around you. This is the performativity of the patterning of our energy as it arises in interaction with others. But awareness itself is not touched by this. If you put something horrible in front of the mirror, it doesn't close down or run away. It just shows the horrible thing. Then you put some beautiful flowers in front of the mirror, it just shows that. The mirror is not improved by the beautiful flowers, nor diminished by the horrible object. The mirror just does what it does, which is reflecting what's there. That's really an important difference. Because if you relax in the practice and open to the flow of whatever is coming, the more you see this neutral, even-handed, unbiased awareness offers hospitality to all. There's no bouncers on the door. There's no dress code. There's no requirements to behave in any particular way. The mind tumbles as it tumbles, and I'm okay. Then you start to directly taste, I'm safe. Awareness will not be destroyed by what happens. But when you don't rest in that open awareness, when you are identifying with your self-construct, then it matters very much whether you're having happy thoughts or sad thoughts. So this is the kind of litmus test as to whether you're really relaxed and open, because stuff just keeps coming and going. Good luck to it. But if you get into reactivity, if you get into editing, trying to hang on to what you take to be a good thought, trying to get rid of what you take to be a bad thought, you then get into a hands-on situation. You're constantly trying to improve yourself and direct yourself, and that doesn't help. Now, this is an instruction for the meditation. It's not the instruction for how to get on with your family. You get on with your family by putting on a smile even if you don't feel too good, because you want to encourage the kids to get on with life, and you keep your problems a little bit hidden, and you might phone a friend and tell them about them. And that kind of editing of expression of how we relate to different people, that's compassion, that's relatedness, that's manifestation. But the mind itself is not affected. So in the tradition, they say that there are three aspects to the Buddha. There's the Dharmakaya, which is the mind of the Buddha, this open luminous awareness. The Sambhogakaya, which is the richness of the potential of the Buddha, that they can show many different forms and respond in different ways. And the Nirmanakaya, which is the precise manifestation into the world for the sake of others. And in the tradition it says the Dharmakaya is for yourself, and the other two forms are for other people. So the Dharmakaya is awakening to the nature of your own mind. That's for you. It's your mind. If you don't know who you are, you've got a problem. So realizing the Dharmakaya, or awakening to the actual nature of your awareness, that's very important. And once you get that, enough. Because the quality of awareness is satisfaction. It's not hungry or needy. And so the other two aspects are the richness of the range of our potential and our capacity to connect. And within that, our capacity to participate and offer and exhibit plasticity in order to get a close proximity and meeting with other people, both empathic attunement and physical attunement, is very, very much for the other. It's not for us. So there you have the inseparability of wisdom and compassion. Wisdom is awakening to how it actually is, what awareness is, not being caught up just in our own thoughts and constructs. And then once we're aware, we see more and we see in a balanced way, and that allows us to see what might be done. And then you find yourself moving in a field with other people, not dominating, not being dominated, but moving forward and back in the pulsations of connectivity. Which means that your agenda is to stay in contact. Contact is the most important thing in life. When we break contact with other people, our mind doesn't stop. We start thinking about other people. And when you think about other people, you develop representations of them inside yourself. Psychoanalytic thought now is referred to as object relations, or we have these new tendencies of mentalization and so on. And these are all ways in which we consider the importance of developing an image about other people. And in order to be a professional person, for example, to be a psychotherapist, you have to be able to give a good account of other people. Usually you have to write some kind of case study to get through the end of your course, and you have to come to supervision and talk about the patient. From the point of view of Dzogchen, this is an abomination and a disgrace. Because when you're in the room with someone, there is the vitality of contact. And the stories you tell about the person, what is that? We know the difference between food and shit. Case studies are shit. Because they're gestures of power. I know who you are, I can define who you are. But who is the one who's being defined? They're off out playing with the kids in the park. Mary is this, that, and the other, da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. These are stories about stories about stories about stories. The vitality is ungraspable. When you have real contact with another person, the story is not very important. When you don't have much contact with a person, stories are very important. So, would you like to tell me about yourself? And the person starts blethering about this and that. And my mum was like that. My dad was like, oh, I'm starting to get the picture. Ah, he's a person. You're getting a picture. The picture's not the person. A photo of someone's not a person. If you're with the person, you don't get a picture of them. You're just with them. This is so important because we live in a time of incredible objectification, the appropriation of images of people. When I was in Macclesfield, I was up at the big church and I walked down the little pathway. I was looking at the buildings and I looked in the window and it said, "You are on CCTV." And I walked down and said, "You are on CCTV." Why? Why am I on camera? If you had a notice at the beginning of the stairs, you're going to be on camera, get out my lippy and do my hair. Somebody somewhere has an image of me looking in the shop window. Do they need that? What's that for? Oh, in case you break in. So our images are being caught all the time, and these then become statements about us. And it's exactly that. If we can hear that, this is about me, but I'm me. So there you've got the fresh and the stale. And if you substitute the stale for the fresh, you've got a problem. You've got a problem. The stale covers the fresh. Once you're fixated on ideas about people and you build up images of them, your relation with them is going to be mediated through these constructs. Now, the help of that is that it's like looking at the clouds. Oh, there's an elephant, there's a bus. You can get your hands on something. But when you're in immediate contact with it, it's like the blue sky. You're just kind of relating and you feel a bit fresh and light. And you don't need anything to take away. Children understand this absolutely. They're out there playing 3-4 hours to come into the house. What were you doing? We were playing. What were you doing? We were just playing. Leave me alone. What do you want? A story about playing? When did you last play? Children cannot comprehend that adults don't know how to play. Because we want to know what we're doing and we want to know why we're doing it. So the function in the meditation practice is always to relax and allow the movement of events to go without entering into your commentarial self. The ego or our individual consciousness exists as a commentator, elaborating storylines, having opinions, judgments, trying to intervene and organize the flow of experience. So when we do the practice, we just, as yesterday, we do the 3 we open, and stuff's going on. Now, at first you might think, well, I don't know what this is. I'm just sitting in the room and got my usual thoughts and start to feel a bit bored. I'm a bit of a plonker. What is this? These are thoughts. If you follow the thought, you start thinking about what you're doing here. That is definitely not meditation. But without trying to get rid of the critical or embarrassed thought, just allow it to be there. And it dissolves. Then something else comes. Then something else comes. The key issue is not to come to conclusions. Every full stop needs to become a comma. Whenever you sum someone up, whenever you define people, they're like that, and you just put a wee tail on that full stop. For me, when I last saw them, as far as I can tell, the world gets much softer, doesn't it? Because you've now made your definite statement about that person into something relational. They're horrible, which is to say, I don't like them, but I used to like them. Maybe I'm involved in not liking them. And once you start linking all of these things together, it's impossible to sum someone up. This is the movement from totalization to infinity. The ego's discourse is totalizing, because we want to be able to define someone, put them in a box, come to a conclusion, done and dusted, I know where I am. This is the certainty of the earth element. Now, if we just tilt that slightly and move into spaciousness, we're absolutely here, and we experience the other person is changing. They are dynamic patterns of unfolding, and we also are dynamic patterns of unfolding. So, how will I behave? How will I know what to do? You don't have to know what to do. You just keep your eyes open and your ears open, and you watch the person's face and you listen to what they're saying. And funnily enough, words will start to come out of your mouth. That's how it works. But once you have created the anxious separation and you've turned the other person's existence into a problem or a puzzle that you're trying to solve, then it becomes much more difficult. So that's why we need to look at the secondary gain of the busyness of the mind. When we're in problem-solving mode, when we're mobilizing our knowledge and skills and so on, functionally this is part of our belonging, our being in the world with others, and it can be very helpful as long as it's a very clean transaction. The clean transaction is we experience someone in a particular state and we respond to that particular state and then we leave it. There's no doggy bag, there's nothing to take home. We don't go and say, oh, I was talking with Mary today, she's very upset, I'm not sure why. Because now an image is being presented of Mary as being somebody who is upset. Mary may not be upset. Mary may have displayed this to you because she trusts you, and now she's feeling better because of your interaction. She's not feeling upset at all. But the image of Mary as upset is being transferred across. When we talk about people in that way, we have the secondary gain of a self-reflexive move that not only was I talking with Mary, that is to say, something is unfolding between us, but I was talking to Mary. Mary told me this, and this is consolidating, confirming the particular definition of myself and my importance, and I can now take my story about Mary and give it to someone else. So what I've done is used a transient interaction as a way of stabilizing a sense of my own value. And that is very difficult. So this is not even a conscious self-reflective movement. It's self-reflective, reflexive in the sense that it's a kind of invisible confirmation that I'm me because I did this or I said that. And this is one of the big problems in meditation, because it's the subtle quality of the commentator, is the basis of the internal conversation in which, by keeping an eye on what we do, by observing ourselves in process, we feed into the narrative of who we are. Now, we want to follow the middle way. Neither just unconsciously merged in what we're doing, so we're just lost, somebody gabbling on without any intent or purpose. Or on the other hand, holding ourselves back and observing what's going on and preparing our responses as a tactician, thinking about how can I increase my gain. The middle way is being present in the moment, responding in different ways to different people, and it's gone, and it's gone, and it's gone. And this means equality and differentiation are not contradictory. That is to say, if we want to bring the practice into the world, everybody is entitled to our full attention, our full availability. But how we respond to different individuals will be different. So we receive people equally. This is, if you like, equal opportunities. I'm open to having a sense of everyone, to allow the particularities of a person's formation in the moment to register. But how I respond will be haute couture. It will be prepared just for you, and just for you, and just for you. So we don't give everyone the same deal. Everybody gets their own deal because the deal is arising in dependent origination. This is the co-emergence of the patterning of connectivity. But that doesn't mean that if we spend more time talking with one person and less with another, that's a sign that we like that person more. It's just, this is what's emerging in the moment. Sometimes we talk with people a lot. Sometimes we talk with people not very much. That will depend. But what the meta-commentary comes in, oh, it's much more interesting for me to talk with that person. Now you've got a conclusion. I like that person. So whenever I can, I'm going to try and sit next to that person so I can have this kind of conversation. And in that way, this person is becoming figural and everyone else is going into the background. And this is now being firmed up. I'm now coming to a definite conclusion. And what I'm doing, which seems to be taking care of myself, but what I'm actually doing is limiting my world, because I'm cutting myself off from interaction with people with whom it's maybe more difficult. That's where the growing is. That's where the life is. That's where I can see the X-ray of my own limitation. Because if I always follow the path that's easy, it's just more of the same and more of the same, and this is getting more and more constrained. So, receiving other people, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. Maybe you have to say that. Could even be honest and say, sometimes I find it difficult to talk with you. I don't know what to say. That's actually quite honest, quite connective. And then it could potentially open up a conversation. But if you avoid the person because you're not sure how to behave, then you go into this narrowness. So the Buddhist idea of compassion is to really receive the world, receive each situation as it is, in all its finesse, particularities, in this moment, without building up a big picture of it, and then responding to that. And on another day, you might have a different response and a different response. And you do what you can. And the key thing is to let go of the judge hovering above, giving you a scorecard. Well, you didn't do that very well. The reason is not that you should just be recklessly doing whatever you want with regard to other people. It's that if you go into observing yourself in the process, if you develop a kind of internal supervisor, what you're doing is you've now got a split screen. So you've now got one eye on the other person and one eye on the person there. And that's very difficult. I was, last weekend, I was supervising some Gestalt therapy in Poland. And so usually Gestalt therapists are pretty connective. So these people were extremely connective and very vital and alive. But I don't speak Polish. So I'm sitting there with this translator next to me who's telling me what they're saying. And she's doing simultaneous translation. So I'm looking at people who are giving me lots of eye contact and physical movement and hearing this at the same time, trying to jig this kind of correspondence. It's incredibly difficult. You know, that's the split screen. You know, if you're going to be there, you've got to be there. So one of the reasons we monitor what we're doing is that we don't trust ourselves. We don't trust the freshness or the spontaneity of our connectivity. And partly that's because we fucked up in the past. We've got caught up in impulses, in habit formations, in which we've dumped particular patterns or constructs onto other people. We've recruited them into the audience, into being the audience of our neurosis. And so that has been a kind of entrapment, a bit like in the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. We fix someone with our beady eye and then blether on and give them our story. And that is a gift of death. Whereas being fresh with people is the gift of life. And that's what we can try to do. Okay, we'll take a break now and come back and do some more practice. A lot of the difficulties that arise in meditation because we have habituated responses. It's as if there's a stimulus and then a response. For example, I used to work a lot with people who had intense skin disorders. And if somebody has bad eczema, the nerve endings are very stimulated by the disruptions in the skin. And there's an enormous urge to scratch because we see a basic correlation or necessary connection between itch and scratch. If you feel an itch, you want to scratch it. It's just automatic. But if you've got bad eczema and you scratch, you irritate the nerve endings more, and so you get into a terrible cycle where you can tear your skin and it's bleeding and so on. So we would look at this sense of itch means scratch. And if you can come to see that itch means itch, you don't need scratch. Itch is a sign that the nerve endings are jumping around and they're tingling. And if they're allowed to subside, they will subside. And if you scratch them, they'll get worse. So what they don't need is scratch. But I want to scratch. I feel I need to scratch. Just leave it alone. And this is the real sort of struggle, is in the face of an invitation to arousal, relax. But so this is the same in the meditation. Some thought or feeling or whatever arises, and we seem to be being hailed, to being called forth to get involved, to respond, to do something. But it's not necessary. You can just leave it alone. And when the subject or the responder, the scratcher, becomes non-active or quiescent, the stimulating object gradually goes down. It's a bit the same if you have an addiction to cigarettes or alcohol. It is as if the presence of a cigarette is calling, smoke me. And the alcohol is saying, drink me. A bottle of whiskey doesn't say anything at all. But we hear it calling. So the more you can just see the bottle is a bottle, I am the one who am projecting this magical voice into the bottle of whiskey that says, do me a favor and drink me. This is the mind moving. And the less the mind moves, the more the whiskey can just be whiskey. It's just a bottle. There's no necessary correlation between the presence of the whiskey and drinking, the presence of the cigarettes and smoking, the presence of an itch in the skin and scratching, the presence of particular thoughts, patterns, feeling patterns, and so on, and our involvement and reactivity. So at first, when we're new to the practice, it's almost as if we have to sit on our hands and just not respond. The urge is there. But what we start to notice is every time I get involved, I get momentary relief, but chronic vulnerability to more involvement. It's a bit like if you're in school and the bully hits on you and you give them your apple or you give them your pound coin, every day you're going to have to keep giving them. You have to think, I'm not entering into this. This is a game. This is an interactive pulsation. So it's not that you're, the purpose of the practice is to sort of bravely, stubbornly resist the temptation. But that's the positioning you might need to do a little bit at first, because the power of relaxation and openness to just allow these formations to come and go is not fully established. It's not fully present for you, and so the tendency to get lost is going to be there, which again is why the instruction is always, if you find yourself being lost, as soon as you're aware of it, very gently return to the practice, whether it's observing the breath or reciting a mantra or relaxing in open awareness. Blaming yourself doesn't help. Returning to the practice is how we maintain the continuity of our focus. So, what I'm saying just now is, getting lost is part of the path. If you try to block getting lost, you're likely to be hyper-aroused and over-focused, and that can be sustained for a short period of time, but then it vanishes. And it's also not very pleasant, and it makes everything all about duty and struggle, which is a very dualistic formulation. What we're wanting to do is to collaborate with the actual, with the intrinsic quality of our own mind, so that we can relax into being held. Some of you may have done trust exercises where you have to stand on a chair and fall backwards and with your eyes closed and trust that people will catch you and hold you. And that it does involve quite a bit of trust. And so there's the question of faith or belief in the Dharma. The reason we spend quite a lot of time looking at the view or the vision of Dharma is to establish some confidence in our own Buddha nature, no matter how weird our own thoughts are, whether we've had crazy lives and whether we're full of contradictions. That's just the furniture or the clothing. If we can start to trust that the mind itself is open and spacious, then we really can relax into it. As the text in Tibetan, they say that the mother and child have to meet. The mother is the givenness of our awareness, that it's been there from the very beginning. And not only is this awareness there, but this awareness has given rise to the patterns which we find ourselves locked in. All our disturbances, all our confusions, all our self-hatreds and knottedness and all the rest of it, actually, this is the movement of the mind. So, what we take to be ourselves is, if you like, a child formation. We are the offspring of awareness. And because we are cut off from the mother, from the ground, we're like abandoned children. And so we cobble together our lives. We make a kind of DIY version of it because we don't quite know what to do. And that's all our fates in growing up. You see what other teenagers are doing and you try and copy them, and then it doesn't feel right because actually we don't know how to live. There is no right way to live. So there's always an anxiety, am I doing it right? And who can I rely on? Our own flesh and blood, mothers and fathers and friends and family. They give us advice or opinions or judgments from their positionings. But their positionings are also fixed relative positionings. Everybody just gives you the view from here, from wherever they're located, but they're not speaking from the open ground of being. So, when the text is saying that the mother and child should meet, it's that we as this energy formation, swirling so fast that we create the illusion of being a self-existing phenomena, we start to trust my existence, or me being me, is actually the flow of my becoming, which is interactive and is arising as moments of experience illuminated by my awareness. The experience is the child of the awareness. Without awareness, we wouldn't have this flow of manifesting experiences. The child and the mother are inseparable. The mirror and the reflection are inseparable. The mirror is the ground and the giver, if you like, the facilitator of the arising of the reflection. The mind itself gives rise to all our experiences. So even when we feel lost and tangled and confused, we're actually where we ought to be. We are at home, because there has never been any fundamental separation between the ground and the effulgence of the ground. That is what's called ignorance in Buddhism. If you ignore the ground, then you become this bereft orphan. You become homeless. You're a waif and a stray. You're wandering without protection. And of course, under these circumstances, you cleave to, you hang on to whatever sustenance you can get. And some people become workaholics, some people devote themselves to bodybuilding, some people take paths of self-destruction. We're all trying to work out, who am I? How should I be? What should I do? What's the right way? Because this is the groundlessness of our being, means everything's open. You have a potential to become, but what you can never become is an entity, a self-existing phenomena, which is truly knowable. The idea of self-knowledge, when that refers to knowing who you are as a person, is bamboozling and bewildering. Because once you start to observe your mind, it's because it's always changing and you have no fixed content, you can't know who you are. What you can do is relax into awareness, which is the mother or the ground of all the things that you become. So the confusion that says, the ego identity is my true being, this is my true identity, who I really am, is relaxed and resolved into, these are the patterns of my emergence, my becoming, which arise from my interactions with others. And this is all the fruit or the fruition or the fecundity of the ground itself. Now, we might need to wonder, well, why do so many bad things arise? In the tradition it says there is one ground and two paths. The open awareness of the mind itself gives rise to every possibility. One path is the emergent formation, while enjoying the movement of the patternings of this energy, is aware of its own ground, like a dancer being aware of the stage and movement, and so this energy is able to move with the other dancers. But sometimes, if you're at a party, you get people who are maybe slightly intoxicated, and they're dancing with their eyes closed, and they're just whacking their arms all over the place. Whoa! So that's usually how the ego ends up. Just self-absorbed, but flowing around. When you have a sense of the space that you're moving in, the space enters into a conversation with your movements. So you can start to be genuinely connected with other people, and this is not a limitation or a constraint, but it's actually quite supportive. Dancing with someone else brings you into a extended range of movements. But it's in a context, it's on the ground. We have the floor beneath us, we have the stage. So when you recognize the ground, you see that this movement arises as a flow of experience. When you have the other path is you have the emergence, but it arises with a forgetfulness of the ground, so that, well, I'm just me. You know, of course I've got parents, but anyway, I'm just me. So we, even on a biological basis, we sort of cut off the line of dependence of our parents and we become just ourselves. You see that if you hang out with small children, that they are both themselves, they're highly dependent, particularly on the mother, but at the same time they're asserting their autonomy because they don't want to be an extension of the mother. And of course, children have to be separating from the mother, and that's part of our survival as social creatures. But when we separate from the ground, and the ground is not a historical function, it's not that you come, as you come out of your mother's womb and the umbilical cord is cut, you then start your, as it were, separated identity, and you gain more and more autonomy. The ground of our being is not something historical. It's not something that was present a long time ago, but we lost it and we've wandered away from it. It's not like the Garden of Eden or some kind of myth of creation. It is now. Awareness is now, because everything arises as the revelation of movement in the field of awareness. So we haven't left the mother. The mother and child are always together. And yesterday we looked at this traditional saying that the mind is unborn and unceasing. Unborn means the child never comes out of the mother. Or in the symbolic language that's very popular in Indian Buddhism, we're all within the womb of the Great Mother. The womb of the Great Mother is emptiness itself. So everything is inside emptiness. It doesn't come out of it. And yet, it is unceasing. The display of patterns, of forms, of sounds, all the objects in the world are the emergence of emptiness. You have form and emptiness, sound and emptiness, memory and emptiness, like and emptiness, dislike and emptiness. Everything is with the mother. When we see that, no matter how you move, no matter, as it were, how far you go, you're always at home. The ground of your being is present with the emergence, so there's no contradiction. But it's when we have forgetfulness of our ground, then there's just me. I, me, myself. And then we've got to work out what to do. And then it feels it's all up to me. So hopefully from this you can see why the practice functions the way it is. It's quite a simple practice, it's not complicated, but it's about, by non-interfering and non-correcting the flow of experience, we come to see that the experience is a luminous display devoid of essence and substance, which is inseparable from the ground. And so life goes on. Everything we do can be just the same. You don't have to change any of your behaviors, but it's seeing that this is an emergent and dissolving moment, an emergent and dissolving moment. When that infinity and stability of the ground open emptiness and the transience of the emergent moment, when they are seemingly cut asunder and you lose the ground, then you've got just one damn thing after another. When's it all going to stop? It's all too much. And that's where we come into sorting it out, because we have to impose patterns and make meanings and make sense of things. And then we want to insert rules and regulations, and we start over-privileging the earth element. So, although the practice is quite simple, it's very close to the original teachings of the Buddha Samantabhadra. So, what is attachment? We have outer forms of attachment, so I can say, this is my watch, it's not your watch, don't take it because it's mine. So that's a subject, object, and the verb is ownership. I own this watch. We also get attached to patterns of behavior, familiar ways of doing things, whether that's getting up early to get the kids to school, or having the rhythms of the workplace, having a particular desk that you work from. One of the great causes of anxieties in many NHS departments has been the development of hot desking, where people go off and see a patient, and when they come back, they don't know where they're going to sit, and they're required to fill in all the details on the computer, but they can't get access to a computer. What the hell is this? Because the idea, this is where I work, so I can go out and do my engagement, and then I come back. But every time you come back now, you don't know where you're going. So this brings a lot of anxiety, because surely I should have a stable place to work. That helps me to stay sane in this world of movement. And there we can see it's, in a sense, attachment to rhythms. And we know that with children, if you feed them regularly and they get used to having a bath at a particular time, the rhythm of the day helps them to settle. So we are quite rhythmic creatures. So the identification with rhythm and pattern gives a sense of security. And that's the more subtle form of attachment. And then, of course, we have attachment to the functions of our identity, to our memories of what we seem to have done in the past, our plans about the future, and so on. By merging into these mental formations or formations of images, representations of past moments and future moments, we hold on to something as being a kind of reflection of ourselves. By being able to remember where I was last week, I confirm that I am now. So both the past and the future, almost like a kind of sonar thing in a ship, sending out little pulsations and vibrations to test the depth. When we move into our memories and plans for the future, we're sort of palpating representations and ideas which send back vibrations, securing our sense of who we are. This is where I grew up, this is my favorite food when I was a kid, and so on. And that creates a kind of vibration which we take as a simulacrum of a stable identity. So we're hanging on to ephemera, and by a mental trick, we're turning the ephemera into something substantial and secure. You say to a child, what age are you? I'm 4.5. And the half is really important, because I'm not just 4, I'm a big 4. What is 4.5? You can hardly count. You don't know what 4.5 is, but you see the child wants to have definite knowledge about themselves. They want to be able to propose themselves, to present themselves as a proposition. I am self-defining. Because, and this is our problem, either I define me or you define me. And if you define me, I'm a little bit in threat. So all the consciousness-raising movements in the last century, feminist, racial equality, and so on, have centered around the issue, nobody who is not like me can tell me who I am. Each person must have their voice. Freedom means self-definition. And on one level, of course, it does. It's a terrible thing to have other people define the limits of your possibility. But now if I'm defining the limits of my possibility, in order to have a shape, I have to define myself. So the basis of my freedom is my limitation. Doesn't sound quite right, does it? It's only by knowing who I am that I can know what I want to do with my life. It's my life. I'm going to live my life on my terms. Nobody's going to tell me what to do. But of course, people tell us what to do all the time. And actually, we don't really know what to do with our lives. So this self-assertion is a sort of sad, plaintive cry. And many people spend their whole lives not having moved much beyond that sort of teenage position. Because actually, what will I do with my life? As St. Francis said, make me an instrument of thy will. That's quite nice. If you think that God speaks to you and God has some intention or purpose for you, it creates a kind of wind or a hand in your back that keeps you vertical and gives you a sense of direction. If it's all up to me, and I have a mind that's full of vagaries and whimsicality, and all sorts of things can suddenly take my fancy, I'm all out to sea without a paddle. I haven't really a clue what's going on. So there you could see our desire to give ourselves to something. People give themselves to golf, to religions, to political parties, to liberation struggles, because they give a sense of direction and purpose and shaping. And then life is over. And who was I? I was a lifelong member of the Communist Party. Used to be very big and popular, now it's almost vanished, but it was an identity. And so many identities that people adopt, they're like piggy number one. It's a straw house. It's just a straw house. So what is a reliable dwelling? This is awareness. So there's the ground and the manifestation. The task is to see that the ground and its manifestation are always integrated. They have never really been separated, and that ignorance and delusion are the fantasy that I am an autonomous subject, a free agent, an actor determining my own fate. We have neither mastery nor are we servants, but energy manifests in collaboration with the potential of the field. So ignorance is not a state. Often in Buddhist texts you read that everything arises from ignorance and attachment. But it's not that there's a state of clarity and a state of ignorance. Ignorance is a performativity. Ignorance is ignoring. Because if the ground is here always, it is the very basis of our being alive, being present. And I don't get it, I'm not seeing it. It's there, but I don't see it. Now, in this room, there are many features of it that we probably haven't paid much attention to since we came into the room. They didn't hook our attention. Some things we may have looked at quite a lot. You might be interested in the sound system or the lighting or image of Padmasambhava, whatever. So we live with selective attention as we looked before at this foreground, background, the figure and ground. And the more you fixate on one particular aspect, the rest goes into the background. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's always there. Everything that's in this room has been in this room, but unwelcomed, unseen. And so instead of having an open panoramic vision, an inclusive vision, we've been operating under a selective vision. And it's this selectivity which engages us into highlighting some features and ignoring other features. And this is exactly what happens in terms of awareness. If your attention is focused on movement, you don't see the stillness. You just see the movement. If you went to a sports competition and you were watching the 100 meters, what you see is a bunch of people suddenly starting to run very fast and your eyes tracking how they're running. And then the running ends. They were running on grass or on cinders. That was not very important. You were looking at the runners. Same as if you watch a football match, it's played on a pitch. Without the pitch, you wouldn't have the football match. But most people are not particularly interested in looking whether the grass is more developed in one part of the green than the other. That's something for the referee to check at the beginning of the match and have a word with the groundsman. The grass, the ground, is invisible because we're looking at the movement of the football players. Without the grass, no game. But the game is the movement of the football players. It's not a very difficult notion, but that's what we do all the time. We are caught up in the movement of the senses, what we hear, see, what we touch and feel with our bodies and so on, with our thoughts, memories and so on. These are like the movement of players on the football pitch. Where's the pitch? The movement couldn't be happening without the spacious awareness. It's taken for granted. And so all we're doing in the practice is relaxing into the basis of the movement so that we start to see the game and the ground, the running and the stillness of the track, and that they have always been there together. It's not that the ground vanished. It's not that we've lost the basis of our existence, and so we have to go on this hellish spiritual journey to find somewhere over the mountains in the next valley. The illusion of a spiritual journey is toxic in terms of Dzogchen. In terms of other practices, it's very valid, and I humbly support all those who engage in that. But for our purposes, it's a dead end, because what it means is jam tomorrow. One day it will be better. How will it be better? Because I will have evolved. I will be more able to manage my emotions. I will be able to... This is the journey of the ego. This is the journey of interior designers. This is getting better furniture and a cleaner carpet. Our issue is not about the qualities of our personality. It is about the relationship between what arises and where it comes from. The awareness is the ground or the site, and of course it's not a two-dimensional arena. It's a multi-dimension. The ground awareness is not located underneath our experience. It's not located somehow behind us, showing everything that's in front. The mind is ungraspable. It's an awareness which is always present but cannot be caught. And within this, everything is moving. If everything is moving, the good is moving and the bad is moving. The kind and the cruel are moving. The helpful and the selfish are moving. All is movements of the ground. The paradox is, instead of having to try to be a better person, which involves you in rectification, correction of your particular patterns, once you see the ground, once you relax in the openness of being present, what would be the motivation for causing harm? probably if we reflect on our own lives, the times that we've been really shitty and have hurt other people is times that we've got wrapped in some position in ourselves. We have become small, and out of that small denseness, we've, stabbed someone or denied them or cheated on them or done something unhelpful. Being small is the dangerous thing. When you're relaxed in this open awareness and you have access to everything, everything's arising, you don't need so much. Most of us have too much stuff. We don't need it. Because possession often gets in the way of enjoyment. Whereas the enjoyment of life is to be with whatever it is in the fleeting moment. I may have mentioned this before when I've been here. One time when I came back from India, it was in the summertime, and I went with a friend in New Bond Street because we'd got some jewellery in India we're trying to sell. There was a ethnic jewellery shop there. Walking down New Bond Street, there's lots of jeweller shops, and the sun was shining, and we stopped and we looked in this window, and it was full of diamond rings, sunlight shining, and all the diamonds are sparkling. And so for about 10 minutes, we were drinking diamonds through our eyes. And I had a full diamond experience. And then you walk on in your little flip-flop sandals without much money in your pocket, but you got diamond. And I think if I had a diamond, I'd be sort of wondering if I'm going to lose it or forget it or someone will steal it. So in that way, the full enjoyment came from the non-possession. And so with many things in life, by hanging on to things, we lose them. Whereas by offering ourselves into the world, we find that there are infinite richness of multiple experiences. So what this would suggest is that ethics is not grounded in effort, but ethics is grounded in being open to the field. Because if we really experience that I am my experience and you are my experience, then we're arising together as the play of the mind. So why would I harm you? You're not other than me. You're not alien to me. Neither are we the same. We're neither the same nor different. But you have your unique particularity. You have your unique particularity, as do I. And so our issue is how to collaborate and to share the space and be communing with each other. Not dominating, not dominated, but space for everyone to move at ease with what's going on. And I would suggest that's the basis of ethics, because it means I have to see your face. I can't assume things about you. So my private mental thoughts, instead of supporting me in working out what to do with you, I now start to see as an impediment, as a veil that exists between me and you, and that if I want to relate to you, I have to open to you. I have to have a sense of you as you are in this moment, and something will come. So I'm trusting the potential of the ground of being as it shows itself as you and as it will show itself as me. That trusting connection means something will come to mind. We'll find ourselves saying or doing something. So if you've got a friend whose partner's just died, what will you say? There's nothing to think about. You say something. Now, we're talking always about the middle way. You can't just blah, 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 your own assumptions and habit formations, because that's your stuff that you're projecting. But if you're with the person, something will come to mind or not. So you may find yourself just being silent with them, being calm. Or you may say something. But if you're with them, the energetic facticity of their existence will call you into being. So you don't need to sit in this lonely castle inside yourself and try and work it out, because that usually becomes a very big obstacle. This is called trusting the non-duality of ground and appearance. Remember, emptiness and awareness, emptiness and clarity, emptiness and appearance. It's not all up to me. But neither can I just let the show run on, because I'm part of it. So I'm collaboratively participating in a field I don't own. Because ownership brings in the sort of stasis of protection and a kind of limited range of responses. So we deconstruct the ossification that arises from attachment on the basis of access, that by and large, especially in our lucky democratic countries, we have freedom of movement, freedom of response. People dress in very different ways, run their lives in very different ways. If we stay in contact with the world, we'll find ourselves coming into being. So less preparation, more relaxation, and then we find we have more responsiveness. And that the responsiveness is not arising from something we prepared earlier, but it arises from the field. That is to say, because this is our field of experience, we can access many of the resources inside. We can find ourselves reaching out in various ways. And we resource ourselves through the 5 elements, so that when the wind is blowing, we can bring the wind element into ourselves and it loosens us up. When the day is cold and we feel a contraction, we can feel a strengthening of the earth element inside. And in that way, you enter into a friendly communication with whatever is occurring. There are no enemies. When we are sad, we are sad. When we are happy, we are happy. Oh, but you're a Buddhist. I thought you were supposed to be happy all the time. This is the kind of public relations stuff that's getting Buddhism very, very confused. The idea that you can become happy in a world where disasters are happening is disgraceful. You know, Buddhist monk called the happiest man in the world. I mean, this is shameful. Because if you're alive, you're going to be touched and moved. We're going to feel sad. We're going to feel despairing. We're going to feel hopeless. These are colors on the palette of life. We don't need to paint with them all the time, but if you're trying to protect yourself against despair, you're cutting yourself off from people who feel despair. And if you cut yourself off, they're left in their despair, and so it's more likely that their despair becomes a totalizing, a totally defining feature of their existence, and that's the sort of thing that drives people towards suicide, because they can't find a way out. Whereas if we start to see that despair, hopelessness, meaninglessness are just as much part of life as happiness, playfulness, feelings of camaraderie and inclusion, then we start to see what the potential means. Everything is part of me. Despair and joy. And neither is my true self. There is no such thing as a true self or a core self. All these experiences, it's like a Christmas pudding or a clootie dumpling. You've got lots of raisins and so on dispersed through the mass. There is no central thing to it. It's not like a sort of chocolate bomb where you've got the pastry on the outside and the hot chocolate in the middle, and you've got the hidden and the outer So we've got an inner self, a secret self, and I don't want you to know what I really feel, because if you knew what I was really like, then you wouldn't like me. So I have to pretend to be this. In that way, the falsification of the socially adaptive persona becomes totally toxic. Rather, when we do the practice, we should try to develop the courage to show ourselves, to be more transparent, to be more translucent, because we are all wandering in a fallen world, and simultaneously we're all wandering in a perfect world. And if you can see the natural integration of fallen and perfect, then your faults and limitations become a basis for communication. But if you're frightened of your faults and limitations and you cover them up, you bring in artifice, you bring in pretense, you bring in a kind of falsification, which of course makes you more self-conscious. Because if you're going to present a story of yourself to someone else, you've got to remember what you've told them. This is the burden of lying. And then you can't just be at ease. The natural spontaneity of co-emergence vanishes. So, we relax, open, and allow the coming and going of phenomena. And then if you're practicing at home, when your time for the practice is finished, because you're sitting with open eyes, you're just relaxed, there's a certain tilt more towards manifestation. So we hope in the practice you're going more tilting from identification with appearances into the open space. Because at first we start with our attachment and involvement and editing of patterns of manifestation. Now we relax and open, so we see that these appearances are all in flow, they're transient. We come to the end of the practice, and then we arise and we're moving and we're doing things. And this is movement in space. You make a cup of tea, you look at your watch, you realize you have to run to get to work. One step, another step, in a world, down the street, passing people. This is movement in space. This is the movement of space in space. This is form and emptiness, sensation and emptiness. Everything is precisely exactly as it is, but doesn't arrive anywhere. There's no conclusion. It's pattern after pattern after pattern after pattern. There's always something fresh. There's always this new moment. And so we stay fresh in the freshness, and gradually we slough off these burdens of habitual formation, anxious expectation, desires to control other people, and we move more gently and with more connection in the world with others. And that's a damn good thing. So now we do a last meditation practice. So we do the 3R. And then at the end, we dedicate the merit of our study and practice for the benefit of all beings. So our brief time together comes to an end. We find ourselves dispersed and moving in different directions. Some people will have a few people that they might be able to practice with. Others may not have that. In the end, practice is something, this particular kind of practice is something which is so very intimate. It's about relating to the most subtle ways in which we become confused or deluded or abandon ourselves, that probably you have to do most of the practice sitting on your own. But you're never alone, because the ground is always there. You're always in the ground, and the ground is the mother of all things. So our interconnectedness with all beings is there. And it's this understanding which, of course, allowed so many male and female yogis in Tibet to practice for years in isolation, in caves, in tiny houses, because they were not alone. The body is there by itself, but the mind is absolutely inclusive to all beings. And this is our way of proceeding, to integrate everything and everyone into the mandala of our existence. So I wish you good luck with your practice. And I'm very glad to have been invited to come here again. It's always a pleasure to meet with people who wish to do practice. And it's aided by the fact that we have recordings, and the recordings will become available. You can look at the Simply Being website, and you'll find them after some time. And of course, this arises due to the participation of many different people who help in terms of organizing, getting all the tea and stuff ready, organizing the venue, helping to tidy up. So of course, my function arises in relation to these people's functions. Sometimes our function is more visible, which in this case is me, and sometimes our function is more invisible. And this is the pulsation of life, because when I'm waiting on Macclesfield coal railway platform, I'll just be poor wee me. And this is the beauty of our existence, becoming big, becoming small, becoming visible and invisible. And so I say goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Hooray! Go.
Hello, James.
Hey.
I've been elected to say a few words on behalf of everyone. We'd just like to thank you for your amazing, it's just been awesome this weekend, and we just want to thank you for your limitless wisdom, your just generosity of teachings. We're just so blessed to have you again, and we're just so glad that you're going to be more free. Hopefully we can have you more.
Yay! Woo!
I was going to say the NHS losses are gained. So there you go.
Lovely. Thank you very much, my dear. Hey, bravo, everyone. Bravo.